Hey everyone. It seems I had audio, desktop audio still on so you could hear me futzing around. That's fine. How are we doing tonight? But yeah, no, I think we had quite a bit of fun the last time just futzing around. You guys seem to enjoy it. And we got some random other people coming around saying hi for the first time, so I thought it was worth it to run this back. And you know, hopefully get some of my Arknights playing skills back. Excuse me. Get some of my playing skills back. Because I have not spent a lot of time with it and trying to get better. You know. I need to have you open. And I closed you for some reason. Come on back. There we go. Now, I have beside me here. No, I was right the first time. What I have beside me here is the first piece of exercise art that pulled me into this game. So this is the thing that I saw on r/Street Moe that it's like, okay, I have to play this game. I have to see where she's from. And then we spent some time there. Look at this cutie. Okay. What are we actually going to do today? I didn't actually get to explaining a lot of the gameplay loop kind of before, but kind of what I'm thinking on is we have some events that I never got around to playing. There's an active one right now which we could take part in, which is this one up here, but really you're participating in this one as long as you're spending stamina in the right places, like in story or effectively doing your dailies. What I did in the meantime, kind of while I was getting a feel for things again, was my game audio echoing? I think I do have PC sounds on here twice for some reason. How's that? Yeah, I click around a bit more. I have Lapland. Okay. Let's click on this. Let's get a Lapland voice line. I said voice line.
Yeah, Doctor. 執務室に武器持ち込んでも許してくれるよね。眠るがいいさ。正義の道は暴挙の使徒により断たれた。我が主よ。復讐と悪意の名のもとに弱き者を導きたまえ。
We're good? Excellent. Let me just collect on my dailies here. Been working hard. So this is just stuff I was taking care of before stream. You know, doing your base management. This stuff is just a little bit annoying. Let's collect our trading orders and our products. You can kind of see in here once the models load in. Here we go. Then we have our operators our units working away in the factories. And we can get some trust increase if we just go in and tap on them. Or you can just do a big collect all. No. These ones are kind of the factory production, and this one's where we do all the selling. And we have this dude in with just his face mask and shopping bag. Teleopsis. Teleopsis. And then I have the rest of these guys recovering their morale over in the dorm rooms. One thing I don't think I got to point out, which is real fun. So each of your units has a base skill. I hadn't seen that before. I guess Texas just likes to show off with this skin. These are a bunch of my wow. Just go off, Texas. A bunch of these have a completely full trust, which is a stat that they get from you using them a bunch, and either in the base or in combat. And if you get that all the way up, they get certain stat increases. But something with our operators here is they all have base utilities. So a skill that's specific to when you assign them a job in the base. So, for example, Conviction here is suited for the morale, the dormitory. Helps increase morale of other operators so that they recover faster and get back to work. We have a bunch of units here without any morale remaining. And one really funny gameplay not diegetic gameplay? Storytelling through mechanics, right? We have Lapland here, who has a skill for the trading post. When this operator is assigned to the same trading post as Texas, morale consumed each hour is reduced and order limit is increased. So Lapland works exceptionally well with Texas. And if we go over to Texas, her skill is actually called Feud. So when this operator is assigned to the same trading post as Lapland, morale consumed is increased each hour, but order efficiency is also increased. So Lapland feels worse, gets more annoyed and more distracted, but ends up working harder. And then she also has this tacit understandings. So when this operator is assigned to the same trading post as XSI, morale consumed each hour is reduced. So gets a bit more annoyed and frustrated and distracted when Lapland is involved, but when her partner in Penguin Logistics XSI is there, that she's doing much better. And then just XSI has a flat, really good bonus to the trading post. But these three as a unit are very, very effective. That's kind of the only thing I want to show in here. If we pop over to the reception room, we can see that I'm starting to get friends pop in because I'm actually playing the game again. And these are kind of their units that they have in their assistant spot. You know, I've said I've told some people I'm streaming again, so they might pop in to chat. We'll find out. I actually meant to make those bell notifications go away. There we go. So we're doing that. Let's handle some of our dailies in our weekly mission. Am I done with dailies, actually? Yes, I am. Nice. What else did I do this week to handle some stuff? I did want to kind of prepare some stuff. So I started doing some of the contingency contracts because this skin is a reward you get for doing the challenge levels, the contingency contract levels. And it didn't take me very long to actually collect enough for this. Like, I did like two or 3 days of doing those missions and getting the, not the top score, but a good enough score on those. Blue Poison is not a unit I used a whole lot, but I can't deny that this skin is very strong. Like, briefly here, let's go into promotion. But I do now have enough materials collected during the week to promote her. So units come at or have 3 promotion stages. When you first get them, they're Elite 0. Then the second level is Elite 1, and then the third level is Elite 2. Elite 1, they unlock one of their first real talents and their first real skills, and those are kind of the bread and butter of what the unit can do. And then typically the Elite 2 will expand upon those base talents, give them additional bonuses, make them a little better, or it'll just expand what they can do extremely. So let's expand Blue Poison to Elite 1. Elite 2 is also what comes with a nice, very flashy skin. It's a dream come true. So, as you can see, that's Blue Poison's base skin, but we're going to be rocking with the nice outfit for a while. And let's just see here. So this is kind of what she does on her own at the base level. It's just every so often shoot a second time for a bonus. Where this one, so each attack goes 3 times and deals extra amount of damage. And it's a skill that will last 21 seconds during that time. This number over here is the rank of the skill. So you can increase the skill, you can increase those numbers without having to promote them higher. So that was kind of what I was thinking about doing, was promoting some of these other units up. It does cost quite a bit to get from Elite 1 to Elite 2. I had collected enough for you. Yes. Okay. So here's a unit I've been using quite a bit. I've been using this swimsuit skin for a while. But I think she fits a particular niche where she has a increased aim. Not the most aim at everyone, but the most aim without a drawback. The most range without a drawback of like damage reduction or speed reduction, which is all just lowers your damage per second. So we have spent some time collecting all this material. Let's see what she looks like when you promote her to her full abilities. Oh. Kawaii doctor. Yes. I think I kind of mentioned that E2 is kind of where you see the art for their Elite 2 promotion usually features the animal motif more prominently. Like you could kind of guess what Platinum has going on, but this kind of spells it out that she's a Pegasus, in addition to a chess theme going on down here. It's all very nice, but we are going to stick to the swimsuit. The nice thing about the costumes is that they also change the model on the field. Like, you can see how this, the little chibi that you actually see in battle is different. But between 1 and 2, this does not change. This little guy. So there's promoting a couple of units, using up the resources that I saved through the week. But otherwise, my plan for today is to go into some events and just see what we can complete. And I'm thinking the event that has to do with W, just because she's quite interesting to me, though I've never really looked into the lore behind her. Right? She's one of the first boss characters that you fight, and now you get to recruit her. So, no, I didn't want operate. I wanted missions. So, Arknights has become kind of generous, where you have rerun events that you can go back and unlock. If I wanted to, I could even do these side story ones for free. I am interested in this one, so I think we will unlock it. For a currency. Okay, so we have... That's locked. This would be the challenge map, like the extra level challenge. And this would be the typical level. And again, the events are quite mini annihilation. Interesting. Hi, Dull Joints. Welcome. So, Arknights is quite generous that this one is the first level of the event is something basically anyone could pass. It's right for just about, I guess. Do I want to switch out anyone in here? Because I have most of that and quite a few healers. I mean, probably not. Well, we will work out if we need to change something. Long crest to speed up story playback. Okay, it's me. Did I play the CC, the Wind and the Sentries? No, I don't think I did. I did see some notes about headwinds and tailwinds. Supplies in an underground bunker. We will come back empty-handed. Speed. W is dead. Talking like it's hell on earth out here, but you look perfectly fine to me. Or are you talking about getting a pity bonus? Well, it's not like you had to go your way to camp, to leave camp to pick us up. Who asked you to be such a warrior wart? I don't give a shit about anyone. Quit projecting. Nice. Oh, I have to hold and keep holding, I guess. 2 hours ago, communications cut off. W blew up a guy. Enemy red, want to bring back impossible. Can't risk exposing ourselves like that. Don't want to get caught up. I didn't mean to hit skip. No. Why'd you want to? Weren't you too close? Get a bunch of loot. That's all I care about. Then some other guys bring in bigger hauls. If the war ends... Consider it and commiserate later. We'd better get out of here before sunset if we don't want to be the center of attention. Head back to camp and muster the troops. Is that an order, Second Lieutenant Hoarder? Lost contact with our squads as of right now. I'm your commanding officer. I do also appreciate that they put a lot of budget towards NPC characters. That we are like, these aren't units that get on the field. So we're back to the rendezvous point. Talk to a client. How much can we milk W's death for? He was a hell of a merc, everyone knew. At least his death won't be in vain. Someone's coming. Just one, get out. Disheveled Sarkaz woman. Sarkaz being the, like, devil horn characters, right? You have W's gun and a knife in your hands. Not talking, then die. You let her follow you? She's kept up with us purely through her own skills, even after grabbing W's gear. There, that's what I was trying to work out. She's an experienced Sarkaz, and I may need a local guide when it's time to bounce. Like, by experience, you mean spent nights on the street. Isn't that more reason to kill her? May as well just do it. May as well kill us yourself. Ness doesn't seem to trust her. Did you forget how many people in Caldes watch your head? Okay. Oh. Is he excited about having a huge bounty? That's always a fun trope. Don't get too full of yourself. Shoots like a risk, has stones. Walked right up to him. What are your arts telling us? Arts are saying no sane person would just take in a totally unknown Sarkaz. That's the difference between you and me? He's not sane? On my way back, I gave her a whole bunch of openings, and she threw little stones at me. Sounds like she's not much of a threat. According to the old ways, we might want to give her a chance. Is he like a knight? He's kind of got that claymore he's holstering. The war is thinned out of ranks. We need more people. Yep. But she's an outsider. Our ways don't apply to outsiders. No, forget it. I'm leaving in 10 minutes. I don't care how many come with me. But you're gonna have to give me more. If you're gonna give me any more corpses to deal with, I don't care whose. You better make it quick. Aren't you impatient? All right, you listen carefully. You're holding our fallen comrades' relics there. Put them down and you can walk out if you're alive. And you'll find somewhere else to die, but at least you'll buy yourself some extra time. Dun, dun. This is your last chance. Last chance? I don't think I ever had a choice. The second I turn around, you draw your blade and cut me down. This whole time, your other hand has been on that hilt. It sure has. They put that in the art, and he's going to stay like that the entire time, just so they can make that observation. You may have seen this before, or maybe you worked for someone else. None of that concerns me. But you understand what it means to take up the weapons of the fallen, yes? Of course. In that case, prepare to evacuate first. We'll talk details later. Now go rejoin the squad. W. Oh. So W's... yeah, that makes as much sense as any origin. Take up arms, replace the guy with the Dread Pirate Roberts this shit. There is no end to war, and there's no end to our fight. That describes the game pretty well. It is as if war is the tool that we always have relied on for survival. I'm convinced of that. Still some harbor reservations in their heart, while others have grown accustomed to that fact. The latter live, the former die. And some people were born to play this role. What a pleasant surprise. When I saw her in those crumbling ruins, I knew for sure. She would reign supreme among the Sarkaz warriors. There we go. So, we got a nice little preview of the story. And then this map is going to take less time than it did to do that story. Well, I'm not seeing much of that mechanic on this map, which I suppose is fine. You think they would include it just to introduce the idea, when it's pretty, no, I want... Yeah, you go like that, I think. And put the healer there. And once we've saved it for W, she can go and point in this direction. And then all of you handling that area. Da-da-da. Put Lapland in there to handle anything nefarious, but I think that pretty well wraps up this map, I think. Unless there's some big surprise. You're just a little outside of range of healing, aren't you, W? Yeah. Alright. Back to reading. Several months later. Yeah. Cloudy, military buffer zone with Caldwell's east-west battlegrounds. A small ambush. Looks like you were right. A lot of people do seem to be after my head. What a pain. Not too many of them. They must be trying to cut off the head of the snake in a hit and run. It's gonna burn up. We only have half the squad left. Perfect time to try and take me out. Too bad for them, it's a little too perfect. Just as planned. All according to Keikaku. Alright, I'll catch up with you later. The messenger for the Kaldas should be back in a minute. What are you looking for? That corpse? That's the assassin? 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 Yeah. I knew he'd have it on him. I knew? Actually, wait. Did you know this guy? Of course. We'd worked together before, went through hell together. Just a few months ago, we were at the Scar Market. Toasting to a job well done. He even said he wanted his daughter to marry me. I find that hard to believe. That's dumb, you're mercenaries, sooner or later. Well, you didn't really... Of course not, I turned him down. Yeah. For other reasons, of course. So what does it say? Useful stuff. Some intel from the market, gossip, things worth looking into. And what about this? They're all names. No, all pseudonyms or code names. And there's candy drawn on the back of this. What's it all supposed to mean? I mean, when everyone in this game is using a pseudonym or a code name, I think those do become relevant. The more candy, the higher the payout. It's a system only a piece of shit like him could come up with. Whoever gets the most candies is the most dangerous mercenary. Creeps like that really leave a bad taste in your mouth. But then again, this adds up to a fat stack. Who's footing the bill? Every time we complete a contract, someone will usually put up an additional sum to get rid of us. Like whoever hired us, for example. The more powerful the mercenary, the bigger the bounty. The bigger the bounty, the greater the risk. The greater the risk, the more they need to kill off the merc. And the mercs who live through all this, they become the strongest. It seems counterintuitive for the pirate hunters to also have bounties like a pirate. This war has driven us to the brink of death, but it's also left us room for us to survive. I guess that all works. It's the rules of the game. Hoarder, mercenary, 10 candies. Tough squad, 15 candies. We're acquainted, 20 candies. Can't fault us accounting. W, the old one, taken care of. The new one is a problem. 10 candies, maybe more. Situational. Sounds like you've earned yourself candies too. Might have something to do with those arms dealers I buried alive in the woods last month. So am I supposed to be happy about this? Arms deals, huh? Why am I learning about this just now? I was just in the neighborhood. When you guys raid the Laterano caravans, do you bother reporting each and every one? Right, it's the same idea. Since this isn't technically a part of the job, it's not like us mercenaries have to share every little detail. But let me get this straight. I'm stronger than that old W, huh? Strong or weak doesn't tell me shit about a soldier's actual capabilities. For me, it's all about whether or not they can follow orders. Hi. I'll be more thorough next time. Does that work for you? By the way, I've been wondering, what kind of person was that old W? That guy. What a strange one. He was with us for a long time. Hardest worker you ever met. A real good egg. He fought hard to become our team leader, racked up kills and commendations just so we'd celebrate his birthday. A Sarkaz? With a birthday? Of course it wasn't his real birthday. He wasn't that far gone. He once killed a Laterano and took his gun. I guess they had some history between them, so he decided that day was his birthday. Interesting. A merc who killed the Lateranos for sport, huh? Sounds like we could have been friends. There's a lot to unpack there. But for sport? And you gotta live in the moment. Good answer. W is one of our biggest characters. He always had that devil-may-care laugh, but whenever he spoke, you could tell there was something more lurking underneath. But he was quicker to trust than pretty much anyone else. Why is that? Because he had an obsession. Obsessed people, good or bad, are always falling into traps. Alright. Just sounds like a dumbass to me. I figured you'd get it. Because you're the same type of person. Good at putting on airs, good at living in the moment. I am? Ooh. I love the CGs in this game. Ha. Well, it makes you so confident you can guess what I'm thinking. Or do you have some weird arts like Inez? You could have decided to kill us both that day. I thought you understood that. You're not gonna let that go, are you? It reminds me of Inez. Let's head back to see how our messenger's doing. We can even turn off the UI to see that the image in unobscured. It's better terrain. That's the first time I saw her smile. The same smile as W's. Giving her a thinly veiled excuse was at least better than having her continue this numbingly dull busy work. What I needed was a mercenary who could cleave a path forward, not just another puppet. Puppets are a dime a dozen. That was the day W became W. So he keeps saying he needs soldiers that follow orders, but that's not the truth now, is it? But Inez was right. Ridiculous. Now, are we done? No. We're not done with the post-mission story yet. Inez, you should head back to the tent. No, he's staring blankly at a campfire. Can't imagine what good news we'd have from Casdell. Nail on the head. Not your expectations. Poker face couldn't fool a toddler. So it's the bad news. So I'm still alive, but our agent died in Casdell's industrial area. His corpse got thrown into a furnace. Head got melted off. Those gaudy red pants are somehow still fine. The gallows humor. Who did it? Nobody knows when it happened. First person to find the body was one of the boiler workers. But whoever did it was quick. You have a fight on the metal, and it's going to show for a while. They used a knife, and they were damned good at it. Whatever, it's not like we'll ever catch them. You wanted to hang out in Casdell and didn't like to take orders, and this is what happens? Kind of funny, huh? But now who's going to pay us? I'm not laughing. And the next part is even less funny. When our messenger was leaving Casdell after confirming the report, he ran into some friends. Some spies. I guess it's more was intercepted by than ran into. So we've been caught again. Wouldn't be the first time. Could take the initiative here. By the look of things, we don't have a choice. The messenger came back with an order. An order for us? From whom? Since when do we take orders from anyone? I've gone through the options. Just let me finish. They want us to take off the battlefield and run up the remote mountain pass. Looks like it might take us through a canyon. To protect a transport team. Escorting transports is a pretty run-of-the-mill job. There has to be more to it, right? Oh no. Really sorry, the situation spiraled out of control. This could be a rare opportunity for us. Now we're responsible for the entire team. The situation has changed. Everyone else is looking for an opening, and we can't just sit around waiting to die. You and W are in charge of this job. I have concerns. First of all, I won't go with W. She's made some waves, but I don't think she's ready yet. She's totally proven herself on the battlefield. Not that you can trust her. I see things you can't, and I trust my arts. Order's team shows up with a new demolitions expert, and suddenly the battlefield is one big fiery explosion. The air mercs are all playing it cool. The battlefield changes every day, and you never know when it might swallow up your base camp. I know. She doesn't hesitate. Not when she's lying, not when she's killing. She is too qualified as a mercenary. Can't tell how deep in she is. I'm not looking for a knife in my back, and I don't think she's cut out for this escort job, no matter how great you think she is. Now's not the time to send out your greenhorn. Or did you have some ulterior motives? I'm working with the tools I've got. Look at where we are. Can't leave people on the sidelines anymore. Mercs don't have a dog in the fight, really. But that also means we don't belong anywhere. When the dust settles, we'll fade away, along with the war. The difference is, war will return one day, but we only really have one chance to live. I'm not going to be fatalistic about this, and neither should any of you. That's the deal. We have to play the hand we've been given, stand out from the crowd, and stake out our own position. That group's here from Rim Billington. I'm willing to bet they get raided not long after crossing into Castell territory. A lot of our people won't take the job. We'll have to change up the teams a bit, but that doesn't matter in the end. It's a dangerous contract, but worth the risk. We, or at least you... Hold on. Not that I question your decision, it's just that... forget it. Anyway, you don't need to be so uptight. I'll follow your orders just as always. But first you need to calm down. Then take a look at your own feet. Oh, are you talking about my shadow? Can't read your eyes. What am I looking for? Your shadow is trembling. It's windy and the campfire is flickering. You know what I'm talking about. All you sarcasms are like this. Don't always try to plan far ahead. There are too many things you can't control. We're just mercenaries, after all. I'll keep that in mind. So if you want me to bring W with me, what about you? What are you planning to do? It's on a need-to-know basis. You're safer this way. If you can't trust the other teams, you should at least trust your own. I'm not hiding anything from you, it's just... out with it, then. Spill it! Who was it our messenger met? Babel. Babel? Tower of Babel. A sleeper cell Babel left in Castell. There we go. Take a bit. What we got there? Why is this locked? I assume this is just open to get the story mode stuff. If I went over to this side, entered the event. Shout front is for EX and challenges. Okay. I will leave that then. I get it? Yeah. Alright. I get some enemy goons. Those are the same goons as last time. How'd they find us here? I guess these aren't enemy goons, but they look like enemy units. Hurry up and retreat. Don't waste this time. They've got us surrounded and outnumbered. Then we gotta find a way to break through. This guy took out all our sentries. We're in the dark here. Bullshit. Gotta stand around and let casters fight. Where's Hoarder and his men? He's supposed to be... What are you doing to my comms? What gives? Would you shut up already? Remember how I was on patrol here? That made it real easy to plant bombs all over your camp. You, Hoarder, you sold us out. Don't make it sound so bad. We're headed out on a long trip, and wouldn't you know it, some guests showed up just as we're leaving. So someone's got to stay behind and hold the fort. Now if we leave some snacks out for our guests like a good host, maybe that'll get them to stop chasing us. Gotta say, I appreciate all you're doing for us. I love the little tilde. There's a lot of expression in there. Damn you. You knew they were coming the whole time, and you're just going to leave us here to die? Well, at least try to put up a bit of a fight. The more you struggle, the bigger our head start. But seriously, thanks a kiloton. You see, kiloton is a measure of explosive force. I ordered you to help the teams that didn't have time to escape, but why didn't anyone else make it out? They volunteered to stay behind. Don't worry, I left them a little gift, so they were more than happy to help us hold off the bad guys. I doubt anyone here would be willing to sacrifice themselves. No need to lie about it. No one's going to blame you for sacrificing others to save your own squad. But lying to your commander is another story. You can't fool my eyes, W. You're on thin ice here. Don't forget how green you are. I'll be sure to reflect upon my actions, Captain Inez. Because we'll be working together for a very long time. So what's the plan now? No harm, no foul. What's done is done. And it was probably going to turn out like this anyway. W might have made the right call. Do you seriously believe that? The Sarkaz over there have nothing to do with us. Who they were, what they did, how they lived, how they died. None of our business. Not even because we killed them. Brutal. Let's talk over work first. And as you and W split up and lead your teams away, messengers stay radio silent, then regroup at their rendezvous point. I'll catch up later. One more thing. I don't care what kind of mischief you get up to, how one of you exploits the other or whatever, but I won't stand for you actually directly fighting. But indirectly is fine. Pretty lax rules. I really hope it doesn't come to that. But it's not like I could stop it either. For now, at least, if you plan to stay alive, make good use of every last Sarkaz you have. Order has always been like this. He thinks very little about what actually matters and wastes so much brain power on the pointless stuff. Nobody says W isn't a great fighter, but there's a lot she's missing. If she really is just an incredible Sarkaz warrior. It's not even dark out, and you're still gonna hide over there by the fire? Maybe you just like fire. I definitely don't like people bothering me. Your team is 3 hours late. That ambush. Did you and Hoarder plan that? Go ask him. He doesn't know anything about it. then there must be some coincidence. All mercs are a pain in the ass to deal with. You cross their path and they're gonna give you shit. Oh, that's all? And here I was worried Hoarder sold out my position. You think that's what he should have done? Why not? How do you know we're not lying to you? You could have killed me a long time ago. Doing it now wouldn't help much. Would it? What were you doing before you found us? Huh? After all we've been through, you're giving me the job interview now? Hoarder never asks about his people's past, but I'm not Hoarder. Yeah, you're a whole different species from us. Are you looking for trouble here? Yeah, what species would she be? 'Cause she's not Sarkaz. She's got kind of the caster horns going on. As far as I can tell, Miss Inez isn't so good at close combat. Yeah. Kind of looks like Chen, if anything. A little bird-like. Yeah. Never mind, those are deaf horns. Okay. Get an here. Look at that. Love those eyes. A lesson for you. If you want to live a little longer, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Oh, and this is because W went, you're not so good at close combat. Every Sarkaz mercenary carries a sword. What color me surprised? All this time I thought that was your staff, but... Oh, but you a Sarkaz mercenary? I'm still pretty sure I've got you beat at close range, but I admit I got a little careless. Also, W, you're a sniper unit. What are you doing in close range in the first place? Well, thanks. A scratch on the arm is a pretty cheap price for that lesson. You and Hoarder are both pretty good at keeping your cards close to your chest. I'd rather talk about you. High-profile mercenaries like you are pretty much all dead by now. You've made such big waves in such a short time, but I've never heard anything about you before you joined us. That's pretty suspicious. And you came looking for Hoarder. Why? You said it yourself. A lot of people in Castell are after his head. You dropped that bomb pretty smoothly. Why'd you change your mind? I figured I'd get what I want easier this way. So, she's after Hoarder's head, apparently. And what is it you want? None of your business. You're shook. How funny. Why not make something up to dodge the question? Your arts again? Those damned eyes. My reasons have nothing to do with you. Same with my eyes. Earthquake? From the east. Something's coming. There's more than one squad, but only one of them's the real deal. They sure are cautious. Yeah, sounds like a pretty big gang. Just how many people did they hire? And there are multiple squads because they'll arrive in waves, and that's all diajack with how the gameplay works. Hoarder was right. This is going to be our biggest battle yet. We're heading into uncharted territory now. You're scared? Ha. Hoarder should be here soon with his squad. Tell the messenger to get back on comms. I don't remember anyone putting you in charge. Don't give me orders. Oh, whoopsie. You just keep guarding this campfire over here. I'll head down to the camp and check on the situation. That's Babel's. Sorry, I had to take a little detour along the way. Ended up wasting a bit of time. But it's time for us to get to work. Positions, everyone. And how you doing over there? A-okay. Judging from the burnt grass and neatly cleaved mud here, you two have been busy. Come on, we were just sparring a little as a warm-up. Definitely not fighting or anything. Right? Don't worry, next time I'll bury you where they'll never find your body. Oh. Cool. Just to reiterate, our job is simple. Don't let anyone near our mark. Eliminate anything that in the canyon that looks at you sideways. Open fire on anyone who approaches. Any questions? So where's our destination? Can't disclose that. This escort task is to be carried out in stages, and our mapped route has already been passed out. After we reach our destination in 3 days, someone will connect with us. Order. What are they transporting? I also can't... Wait, Inez? It's a breach of contract to use your arts to probe the transport team. Don't underestimate them. Stop right now. You said they were a regular old transport team. No, this is definitely a convoy that needs protection. But this huge thing that they're transporting, I'm only seeing a shadow. A land ship? No, it's... a skeleton? Sorry, role playing. Great. Okay, so now we got the headwind going on. Right. So airflow. Blows out airflow towards the 3 frontal tiles. Operators deployed downstream/upstream from the airflow have increased, decreased attack. Enemies moving have increased, decreased attack. So if, for example, I put a unit here, like I exercise here, she would have a bonus against this unit, neutral against this one, and a debuff against units here, here, and here. But they'd be but we'd have better luck with them going. It's just the OP facing? Okay. So the only thing that matters is which direction I have the unit. So this has the increase and this has the decrease. Okay. Interesting. In which case I should be putting exercise there like that. Since I put down some more stuff. Ah, there we go. That's pretty apparent. I said, use this. Yeah, let's have fun with W there. I probably should have looked at your W skills again, because I may have changed that out. I put on this one because I was doing that contingency contract map with all the jailers. Or jailed units, I should say. And there's this healer.
聞くのは誰かしらね。
That wasn't good. No, I don't want to retreat.
戦場に出たから死ぬ覚悟決めろ。アーツユニットチャージ中。おバカさんたち。
Yeah, it seemed like the right skin to have for this. It looked like those other characters were in the background of her skin. I'm not sure which one's going to get hammered more here. Okay. Now we have a healer down. So let's-
私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。
And then we have Shan and Lapland to put down if we end up with problems. Alright.
誰もサプライズ付きだから好きに選んでね。
And we said that this is just movement speed. Okay. I wondered if there was a defense buff.
3つ数える間に投稿のチャンスをあげる。
You're doing fine. Almost looks like W is demolishing the map around her. I think that's just the models.
私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。
I just wasn't careful about putting a sniper down without putting another target down after. Something to deflect the damage. To the north of the castle lies the birch forest. Or a birch forest. There, a progression of life unfolds. From spring it begins, and in winter it ceases. And only death thrives in long winters. All living things make their exodus in unison, leaving only Origian crystals speckled along the ground to reflect somber moonlight. Originium. Pale, withered trees, tree trunks hang lifelessly, their slender shadows intertwining, shaking upon empty expanses of snow. That is the scenery I saw. Inez. Screw you. If you're not dead yet, then wake up already. My head. What is this pain? What's going on? What happened? Nothing happened, but just in case that fall gave you amnesia, I'll give you a quick summary. Which is helpful for us at home. We were ambushed an hour ago. They were quick. Our caster had no time to put up a barrier. And our team got split up. We're the only ones left. And the comps? Jammed. I don't know how they're doing it, but we're definitely up against pros. At least more professional than any of our prey before. But the good news is that they didn't go straight for our convoy. Looks like they got a tip or something, but not the details. Go on, find a way to meet up with the others. Oh, I figured you'd doubt me, at least a little. Guess I'll leave you as bait. Who do you think would survive if we fought? Obviously. You really should do something about that nasty personality of yours. You can tell I'm injured that easily? Oh, so it hurts that bad, huh? Figured you had some control over your emotions, like you could fake them. Guess I was being more careful than I needed to be. Do you always scan your teammates with arts as soon as you wake up? Now that's a mark of trust, boss. Force of habit. So that's why, huh? First thing you do after you open your eyes is surveil your surroundings? What a coward. Hey, that hurts. You said bait, right? Not a bad idea. No point in dragging along a merc who can't even stand up straight. You stay here for a second. I'll call the enemy. Hope you guys can get along nicely. Can't have you dying on me too quickly. See you later, W. Oh, and one last thing. I never trusted you. Hey, you little... I found a mercenary. Just one. Confirmation. It's W. Oh, man. She's getting a taste of her own medicine. That was fast. Or rather, you've been following us the whole time, huh? Letting a few of them go was well worth it if it means we can get our hands on an HVT like you. High value target? I was just gonna follow you back to the rest of your team. Never expected them to just abandon one of their own. Tell me everything you know about them, and you might get a quick death. Well, there's the trouble, huh? I'd love to ask for us to be honest with each other, but the truth is that I don't know anything. You're badly wounded, and we don't have time to waste. You might die if we torture you on the spot. I'm sure nobody wants that. In that case, you should chase down that woman. She knows more than I do. Don't you resent her for using you as bait? You'll have a better time if you work with us. Bait, huh? Say, have you ever baited orginium slugs with industrial residue before? What are you talking about? It's kind of a Casdell folk thing. We get orginium slug infestations, you know? Wild orginium slugs are pretty dumb, so they like orginium. But saying that aside, do you know what happens to the poor slugs that are lured over? Don't mince words with... They get blown apart just like your buddies over there. When did you... Hey, you even said I was bait. Didn't you think that meant a trap? Probably should have killed me sooner, or ran off, I guess. Here, I'll give you another chance. Let's take it from the top. Cut. So fast. Have you been chasing us this whole time? You're insane. Who's behind? Oh, no sun movements. It's kind of a beginner's sword, but I'm not so good with the blade. If my hand slips, you die. When did you get... I'm pretty close with the shadows. Did you really think you'd be able to catch me on without a scout? Speak up. Who's your master? I'll never... Easy there. How's a guy supposed to talk if you turn his organs into mush? Casdell will never forgive you. Casdell, huh? Thank you. You really suck at torture. Damn, you're still alive. You could have let him kill me first. Too bad you're so impatient. Of course I'd rather kill them. These insects have taken too much from us. When the enemy shows you an opening, any merc worth their salt would kill them. No? Ha. You really do have a bit of sarcasm in you, huh? Rubbed off on me. That wasn't exactly quiet, but I bet more of them are on the way. Isn't that what we want? Keep them away from the objective? He said he let a couple get away. That means the rest are dead. He wasn't good enough to take down that many of our people, and he was definitely scared. That's something else. There's something else out here. Whew. Were you really faking your injury? No, you can't fake just an open wound away. This is all mind over matter. But let's talk about you. Did you really know that I had a present ready for them as soon as you woke up? If I didn't wake up, I would have been the bait. I definitely would have waited for you to die before springing the trap. If one day you meet someone who actually could read your mind, you wouldn't be a match for her. I guess I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Can you feel around with hearts? As if I wasn't doing that already. No. That's the look that usually means we're boned. You got that right. But there's no running now. We press on. You suck at fighting, so it's all up to me. Head west. We might be able to turn this around with Hoarder and his team. And if we can't find them, then we die. We wiped out half the escort team, but we couldn't stop the convoy before point A5. They threw out a lot of decoys. Some of the most well-guarded ones were fakes. Either Babel's pulling some next-level strats, or the real one doesn't even need protection. Yeah, we need to end this fast. Thought we could leave mob operations to the scum. Didn't think they'd blow that too. Their skills are all over the place. Hoarder's team was a lot tougher than I thought. If Babel didn't score them first, it would have been nice to get them for ourselves. Do we keep chasing? We don't know what's up ahead. Understood, General. Awesome, split up, go east. Da-da. Phew. These guys aren't easy marks. Hide. Knocked off. You've been at since the beginning. You're going to go blind. Don't your eyes hurt? Of course they hurt, dumbass, but we have to find a way out. Okay, so using her magic wears down on her, especially her eyes. I surrender. Oh, what a nice clean slash. Did you see that? They're dressed up as mercs, but they aren't mercs. Cut the chair. They don't even need to ambush us. They could take us on. They could take us head on in the ruins, and we wouldn't be able to beat them. What are you thinking? Are you still spying on me at a time like this? No, I just haven't gone blind yet. You've got so many. Are those grenades? What are you doing? Are you gonna blow yourself up with them? A kill's a kill, no? Don't throw your life away for nothing. What should I throw it away for then? What's the point of living? What should I throw my life away for? Sarkaz really are crazy. That's why I never trusted you. You're not crazy. Hey, W, wait. Come back. Yep, found one. The one and only W. The way you toss those Origin grenades around. And such big ones, too. That's kind of crazy. That gets my blood pumping. How do you do it? All my friends are incinerated in a flash and don't have a scratch on you. What can I say? Practice makes perfect. The General is going to like you. Just lay it all out for me. What's Babel got you doing? You can do a lot better somewhere else. Why should you trust me? Why should I trust you? Asking the right questions in the right order. Mercenaries are a tool of war. If we're going to fight, we're going to have the right tools at hand. Don't you think we're more expendable than that? That's your call. We got another one hiding 17 meters out. 4 o'clock. The one with the scouting arts. You can think it over too. Put the sword down. You can't beat me. Welcome to try though. What do you want? Yeah, this fits. We got W and Inez. You got maybe 20% of your people left. The scattered remnants can't do much. What's that you're standing on? Oh, this? It used to be a person. I guess it's hard to tell at this point. You get it now? We're not your regular mercenaries. We're not hitmen either. Well, if we do this, there's 2 of you, plus your leader. Only one of you 3 has to die. The other 2 bring back a head. I don't care whose. We pin all the losses on the head and take in the survivors. Not that this is my call, but we have to do something for our fallen men. Things could have gone a different way if we weren't meeting on a battlefield. That's awful nice of you. Just my luck. I suck at fighting. I probably can't beat this ugly bitch. Now we're so honest all of a sudden. Yeah, so the only other choice is for us to team up and kill Hoarder. Yep, Hoarder. So... Tell me, why do mercenaries insist on getting killed? I'm not going to stay on the side that's getting played. I'd much rather play with someone else's life. Plus, I'm real sick of listening to you. You're boring. And your shitty little attempt at a death game sucks. Oh, and my poor little lamb here is steadily going blind. She's not sarcastic, you noticed, right? You stepped right into her minefield. You know how this will end. You've already lost. Oh? I don't know about that one. Are you really going to? The land ship is right there. Yes, I didn't expect them to spot it so soon. Did Intel blow this one? At least we've got the mercenaries. We've put them in danger. They had no idea what's happening. They're mercenaries. They live for this. And sooner or later, it will be our burden too. I can save them. I can save some of the men who would die for our mistakes. You're right, Teresa, but there isn't a single sarcasm, not a single person who should die for nothing. Then I'm coming with you. Good. Thank you. From Calcit. Calcit always seems to be involved in the shady shit. Wherever it is. She's getting her hands dirty somewhere. Wow, reinforcements, huh? Who were they? There's a lot of them. Hey, you stay with me. Sorry, I'm just so sleepy. So, since when do you say the word sorry? I had to watch you pass out last time. Now it's your turn. Come on, be a team player. I just need a little nap. 14, 15, still more. They're professionals. Look how they move. They know the battlefield even better than we do. Castel. Comms? Yes, come in. Someone going to save you. Comms are back? What's this feeling? Someone's close. Hoarder. Nez, where's W? What are your coordinates? You lived in Castel before the war, didn't you? There's something I have to ask. Are you wounded? Catch your breath. Find a safe place to hide. The convoy is going to call in reinforcements for us. Just listen to me, Hoarder. I'm listening. Ooh. The King of Sarkaz, the one who lost Castel. Her Majesty. Is she a woman with white hair? Are they referring to she as the queen? Okay. Just have to be sure. I appreciate you being here to clarify that kind of stuff. Oh, we've got, that's our stun. Our stun block. This means invisible enemies, doesn't it? Hello, Kaisin Walker. We have a first-time chatter. I'm just getting caught up on some Arknights events that I have missed in the past months to years. So, going through the W Mercenary Dark Memoirs event because she's just an awesome-looking character. And I pulled for her. Might as well get use of her. So obviously we're doing the most complex one lore-wise first. Yeah. I suppose I could have done Code of Brawl. Nah, just jump into the deep end and catch up. Sink or swim. Places 3 bombs on up to 3 enemies within attack range, prioritizing highest HP. After a delay, big bomb and stunning them. Yeah, I probably want that one. Until I figure it otherwise. This does also mean the sarcasm stopped. Yeah. This does also mean I'm spending like 5 minutes actually doing the level and then however long, 20 minutes reading. The sarcasm all stopped. The burning ruins collapsed in towards the center. Those monstrous creatures looked down on us from above. A woman suddenly emerged from the center of the circle. A very strange woman. She wasn't Sarkaz. She stood in the center of the battlefield, her expression unchanging. Inez was trembling, but I couldn't tell you why. The explosion must have damaged my hearing. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I knew they were afraid. Was it because of her? No, their attention was focused in their direction, on someone else. What is Arknights but the Dark Souls of gacha games? In seconds before I lost consciousness, I saw sarcasm. An unthreatening, slender sarcasm. They, for the moment, sarcasm must. You will... What? She is heavily injured. If we don't do something now, if he finds this place, we're out of time. Calcit, give me your hand. Calcit is here? Fine. Well, where am I? On a land ship. There's visible confusion now. Land ship? How are we still alive? If you're gonna screw around, can you leave me out of it? Sigh. She's one of the founders of Babel. Should I be playing these events in order? Or doing some more of the story? So where are we? The main convoy. This is the land ship we were protecting. Now it's hauling our wounded. Looks like it's still under construction. I can't tell how it all fits together. Weird. But the shadow I saw, it was some questions that are better left unanswered. What about Hoarder? He's with the client, or he's talking to the boss of this place. This is pretty much a prequel anyway. Alright, yeah. That's fine. That's all fine then. So this would be at the stage where the Doctor's out of the picture. Most of the events are proper side stories. That's kind of what the picture I got from the ones I played, like not Code Brawl, but the summertime one with Schwartz is the other one I played, and the first one was Granny, which is just, you know, a nice story about a young hero on their first real adventure, right? Right, if you're still hanging around here, horror must be fine. So what's the deal with the boss of this place? You look nervous, and I don't need to blind myself with Origium arts to figure that out. Don't tell me you think I'm hanging out here because I care about you. This one's more lore intense than this. Well, good. We're getting front-loaded with lore then. That's helpful. Definitely not. So what's the reason? I guess I just feel bad for him. Who knows what kinds of monsters are in that room with him? Try to relax. Nervousness will only drag down our efficiency. Well, that's a question I have. I remember hearing that Beta Calcit was extremely overpowered, but now she's a real 6-star unit and a healer. Did they manage to balance her out, or is she still just extremely OP? Relax. Nervousness will only drag down our efficiency. You did the best you could. The leak was our fault. We don't really look for fault on the battlefield. I know who I'm dealing with. Still one of the best ops in the game. Yeah, that tracks. Good. I can't say I expected that commander to be one of Her Majesty's own. You're a lot stronger than I expected. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet, Dr. Calcit. Teresa's the one you should be thanking. What was that? Your Majesty. We're not in Casdell anymore. Let's not stand on ceremony. We're here to sit down and talk, herder. Yeah, it's an interesting design. Kind of getting overtaken by the Originium. On the arm, especially. And there, too. By your command. And the one in the coat there must be... Oh, we are in this story. I hope you don't mind. It's very important that the Doctor be well aware of any new intelligence. Thank you for understanding. It really is a landship. But it's pretty big, huh? There are parts that look new, but some bits are so old they're practically falling apart. Pre-amnesia Doctor. That's something. I think this is from Rim Billington. Small cactus? Small cactus? Oh, sorry. They're still building this place. This is an extremely moe look for Amia. Dr. Calcit said not to go any deeper. It's dangerous. Uh-huh. Okay, I'll go somewhere else. Thanks. What flashbacks have I seen from Amia's perspective that involved, like, parental figures? Oh, nice kid. With those ears, she's definitely not sarcastic. Come to think of it, that one layer who sucks at it, who sucks even more than Inez, that doctor. She says she isn't a sarcasm either. What's going on here? I look around in the middle of the battlefield and nobody's Sarkaz? I guess she thinks most people are, or in her experience, most mercenaries are Sarkaz, so that makes more soldiers Sarkaz. I guess there's a lot of the enemies we go up against that aren't reunion. How could you be jammed again? Huh? This is gonna be... Yeah, closure, that's what I was thinking of. Happy place closure. It's only the 7th short circuit today. Happy place. The 7th short circuit! You are online. Kind of embarrassing for a genius engineer, huh? Well, if we invested in a new set of doors, that'd save more time. Oh well. We have so many wounded to care for. Their provisions are rather expensive, in both manpower and resources. Teresa's like a part of the ship, a part of the crew here, a part of Rhode Island. Or at least like very, very close partners. Anyone giving up be an even bigger embarrassment? Wow. Okay, Your Majesty. Give me 3 days. If I can't fix it in 3 days, I'll take the whole security control system apart and reinstall it. Reinstall? You can do that? I don't know who built these mysterious systems and then buried them out in Rim Billington somewhere. Then if we can't figure it out, just have to replace it with something we can. Easy peasy. They're working with lost technology. Well, I'll leave it to you then. Roger that. Rhode Island. How long will it be until you're up and running? Okay, so Rhode Island. She's a benefactor of Rhode Island, that means. And this is before they were properly established. Or they probably are the pharmaceutical company at this point, but they're not the land-shipped running around operations. Military force is the word I'm looking for. Oh, I remember. You were with Horder. You've regained consciousness? Your wounds were quite serious. Did I scare her? I'm W, the mercenary. I'm looking for Captain Horder, and I think I kind of got lost. Be careful where you wander. This place is still being built. There are a lot of exposed wires. You could get shocked. It's part of the naming too. I have a feeling such caution is second nature to you? No? W, was it? You may call me Teresa. There, finally got the question marks taken care of. The Knights Hospitalier are operated out of Rhodes. Okay. Horder had words with the doctor after our meeting. I believe he should be back in his room in medical by now. Don't make them worry. You have to head back too. Teresa, Your Majesty? Oh? Well, we're not in Casdell anymore. No need for titles. Okay, Teresa, Majesty. Why were you wrestling with the door just now? And that Shorko there was an engineer, right? I mean, it's just a door. It's not just a door. Okay. How many things are there totally unworthy of my attention? So what's Rhode Island? Oh, you heard that. That is the name of this vessel. Although it has not yet officially been christened, that is the name I wish for it. Maybe it's just my whimsy. The doctor in Calcit may reject its true name. True name for this landship? You saw, this vessel wasn't built in Castel. Searching deep in the oldest records we have, I came across that name. Rhode Island. I'm not actually sure what it means. Calcit should know even more. This is lore. But that is what I want to name it. I already had a name after all. Her Majesty Teresa fought against the regent who usurped Casdal. She personally brought together more than half the Sarkaz clans. And she's fixing a door herself. What's wrong? You have an odd expression on your face. Would it be considered improper to laugh in front of your Majesty? No. But neither Calcit nor the Doctor are the laughing type, and the warriors have too much on their plates for such frivolity. I would quite like it if you would all smile. But that is perhaps a extravagant hope. I understand the pressure I've placed on everyone. So I'm cool to laugh then. Yes? Nah, the magic's gone. Can't do it. Why do I feel like that's my fault? Well, I wouldn't dare. What about you? What about me? I am Teresa. This is Rhode Island. And you are? W. That's not what I mean. W is a mercenary codename. I want to know your true name. The one that represents you. We're getting all Tales of Earthsea with the true name shit. Which means you definitely can't trust anyone with your true name. You need not cloak yourself in a disguise tainted by war. This goes beyond names. Let's just say I'm nosy. Oh, forgive me. You don't have a name? It's pretty common for Sarkaz born in Castel. We don't really care much for names. People forget them all the time. What's the point in making an effort to remember a name? I don't want to forget them. I can't forget them. If you wait for the dust to settle in Castel, until you're no longer W, we could speak like this once again. I like that line. When you're no longer W. Maybe then you could have a more fitting name. A proper name for a Sarkaz woman like yourself. Like Rhode Island. A name that makes things feel so much warmer, doesn't it? Never really thought about it. Teresa, message. Castel's on the move. The doctor's getting ready. Right, I'm on my way. W? Oh yeah, I'm here. If you are willing to fight with us still, you will always be welcomed here, no matter what. I'm not going to criticize Teresa's decision, but don't expect a warm welcome. I've seen your record. You're dangerous. Oh, same? You're recovering fast, but not enough to have you... You're recovering fast, but not enough to have you wandering around as you please. Go back to bed before we have to have someone carry you there. I realized later. I never dared to look Teresa in the eye. Why? She looked so naive. It wasn't the look of a leader at the head of one of the armies in our cruel war. Is naive the word? You don't have the eyes like that. You don't have eyes like that when you're naive. Such sad eyes. And those two were always at her side, it seemed. If I could stand with them, what kind of sights would I see? Question mark? That hood. Is that the doctor they were talking about? Is that person looking my way? What the... Why? Am I scared? Scared of what? That person gives off pretty normal vibes, but... No, it's too vague. I've never seen anyone that weird before. Oh, that's Babel's battlefield commander. I remember now. The doctor, huh? I'm starting to get why Inez wouldn't go near Her Majesty. Maybe it would be better to look out for myself every once in a while. But I'm not sure why. When it comes to Teresa, I never really knew why. Call it a whim. Hoarder and the others would understand. Only saving. And this. Oh, right. Now we get to begin the mission.
行くよ。嵐のように蹂躙してやる。
Okay, and then we get to... Huh. It's no real convenient place for you to go. Alright, well you can just point there. Yeah. You can go there until I have points for... And you were definitely the EMP blast. Deals damage and stuns. That's kind of what I thought. So they've set up so I only get one spot where I benefit from the stuff, huh? Okay. Seems like most of them are going to come down this way. And then go before going up that way. You come on back. Defender, get in there. Gradually accelerates bonus damage on the first hit after being blocked. Okay. I was supposed to stun them right there. Yeah, that covers the field. That'll work. Oh, you don't have a lot of range in actuality, do you? Oh. Sorry, I can handle all that fine. Now, I'm over the limit too, so that's... Yeah, you just need to slow them down, stun them once, and then you're good. Right. W is also good for the stun effect. Pause. There we go. Oh, extra heals for Laplands. Yeah. There we go.
Mission accomplished. 私と対峙しようというその自信はどこから湧いて出たのか?
I've been talking most of the time. So, before we go back to reading, I'm going to run a quick ad, refill my water. See you in about 5 minutes. Appreciate you sticking around. See you soon. welcome back. Thanks for waiting. Hope you also got a chance to refill waters and empty bladders. Well, there wasn't much in the aftermath of that one. I guess because we skipped right to the main map again. Alright. Where are we dealing with this time? I'll find it. Wait up, the enemy's here. We didn't have any story on the way in either. Their base camp is pretty crude, and their numbers are sparse and spread out. They must not have noticed yet. As long as they remain stationed here, they should be on standby. We should take the initiative. But as soon as they realize they are under attack, they'll immediately become combat ready. We won't have much leeway here. It's quite simple. We can devour them all one by one. They won't even have a chance to fight back. Wait a minute. Okay, so all these are the same unit. Will not attack, but upon being injured, becomes combat ready and inflicts arts damage with melee attacks. And I still have to deal with the regular enemies coming down. Alright. That was poor... Well, not poor placement, because there wasn't... Yes, it was poor placement, because there was a better spot. I'm gonna need more air. My plan can we stop here? So that way. Actually, probably is useful to have a unit to hold this position. So I think I'm just gonna go for it. Because you're... Alright, so you're now activated stun for a bit. You're now in range of exercise, so we can just go like that. Okay. Not so scary. Just makes me a little nervous, but not that scary.
Okay.
I did not see what got through. Must have been an air unit. See that. Can't activate either of these guys with. I need a ranged unit to activate either of these guys. Okay, and then they'll just go. Because we ran out of other units to attack. Alright.
Mission accomplished.
They look scary, but I'm also way over leveled for that particular challenge, so I shouldn't be too scared. Let's just redo that and get it right.
Hunting 始める.
Yeah, I can see how they would build on this mechanic in the future for sure. This is stuff like that. I forgot I was going to bring more ranged units, but that's fine.
Unit チャージ中.
Let's make all those go away.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's what kills me. It's just the one comes up from the end. All right. Oh, how kind of you to give me the first try. Retreat, boss. We only really need the one healer, so let's pull you out and put in platinum.
Okay. ついてきて。迎撃開始。
Okay. We're good. Got 3 down anyway. So Platinum can focus on air support. Don't seem to be attacking any of the air.
Yeah, looks like
There we go. Handling those little ones coming in off the side. Sneaking little things. Wherever the... We're at our deplay limit. Which means we kill you and then you'll be activated. Alright, you're activated now. Okay. That's a real good skin for Texas. There, we got the gold. Flag trampled into the mud is worthless, but according to some, these pieces of cloth representing these ideals are worth fighting for, even if never flown at all. Continuously generates current sphere flow. Right. Oh, and we have our nice ranged unit bonus square. A lot of jet streams going in our direction this way. Hey, Andrew. Just getting home and going to watch the discotheque stream. How dare you? Your friend is streaming. Why would you go watch the exciting anime announcements? At a time like this. They're not going to announce Monster. Just come hang out with me instead. What's been announced so far? Bookseller Honda song. Tales of Fantasia. Tales of Fantasia. That's an old one. I think my friend was into that one in high school. Miss Vampire Who Lives Next Door, and that one was... That's like a sub-only seasonal about lollies, right? I think I remember seeing that on Crunchyroll. Cute girls doing cute things, sure, that Crunchyroll had, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm playing a visual novel somewhat peppered with a video game. Do we want to get our... Ah, this is fine for now. Thank you. Did you watch 2 episodes of that way long ago?
ハンティング始める。
Oh, we're so they front loaded us with all the lore, and now we're getting all the gameplay. Oh, and this would be why they don't. Okay. There's a lot more story. Yeah. I guess I did think I saw like there's 8 levels to this map. So if we're down in the middle, I guess it makes sense. Yeah. And the mini annihilation. Where do I want to... Pay attention to that sentinel. Looking at the weird formation, there's a lot more enemies out there than we expected. Once we damage a sentinel, they'll go alert their entire team. Sadly, we had no way of assassinating them before they can make a sound, and certainly won't go down easy. Needless to say, mercenaries rallied under a banner will fight better as a team, and all enemies on standby will become combat ready. A commander without troops will make for easy pickings. Okay, so these units don't go on standby themselves. But they do raise alarms. So I was thinking I would be taking these guys out first. But maybe that's not the case.
逃げるがいい。死ぬよりも腰抜けと呼ばれる方がまだマシだろうからな。
These are really awkward maps for Texas, and maybe I shouldn't be bringing her along. And I especially shouldn't be putting her there, downstream. Oh, wow. Right, you're going to be focusing on those units. I think I'm just gonna try to get this guy out of here before standby units show up. Are these guys now active? It seems like they're now looking for units to activate. Let's put... Silence doesn't have many options, so I think I'm just going to be using that drone a lot. Okay. So you're not doing anything yet, and you're just waiting for someone to come into your range. If I put you there... Yeah. You can help on both sides of that fight. Yeah. That's probably technically where they want me putting W. Well, you're already active, what do I care? You were not already active. Alright.
私が行くから。
君にできるかな。
This zone needs more help, but I can't get any closer. I need someone like Spectre to be pointing at this space. Do you actually attack back at all? No. Okay. Well, Red, you have a mission. This definitely isn't a smart way to go about this, but we're learning the mechanics for later. Hey, there's back to the story. You've decided. Sounds like you aren't asking, Dr. Calcit. Sorry, I just realized I'm supposed to call you Lord Calcit. Ding the lore counter again. There's no point in talking about that now. I just want to express my disappointment at your decision. You could have been a great help to Teresa. Her Majesty came to me alone after the last mission. Sounds like her. She said she remembered me, where I came from, in Kazdel. The huge industrial district, the endless rotten crime-ridden city of death that stretches out around it. The influx of refugees growing in the slums growing the slums up skyward. How many nobles do you think there are in Kazdel? How many of them are Sarkaz who gave themselves some stupid title in an even stupider war? As many as there are weeds in the garden. That's a good thing. That's a good one. They are like weeds. But Her Majesty might remember. I appreciate her kindness. She remembers the last bit of humanity left in the Sarkaz. She's the only one who could. So why are you trying to escape? Put it a little rougher, why don't you, Doctor? And as Dr. Calcit has done a lot for us, you know that. No offense intended. If you've decided to leave, I have no right to stop you. You can go and be free, travel the world as mercenaries. You don't need me to tell you that. Right. But what about the other Sarkaz? W has her own plans. And it's not like we have the power to make every mercenary follow. That's what mercenaries are. It's a lot harder to keep order with these free spirits than with big standing armies. But some of the lost Sarkaz warriors could stand to learn from you. That which you seek. Regardless, you've chosen your path. Even if it's a dead end. Us mercenaries only know how to dive into war, to hide ourselves in the smoke from its wake of ruin. I hope that works out for you. Thank you. There are barely any Sarkaz still following us. All of them decide to stay. There's even more who don't get to pick where the home is anymore. The camp's gone. The only equipment left is the bottom of the barrel stuff Babel left us. We're more like campers going mountain climbing than mercenaries at this point. It's always been like that, all the way back to when we first met in that birch grove and decided to carve our own path. Good thing Dr. Calcit gave us a few special contracts. At least we'll be able to get by. If we're still going to be running errands for her, what difference does it make whether we leave Babel or not. We're just a team of mercenaries fighting to make a profit, taking a lucrative contract. You're lying to yourself. Wait, where's our flag? I kept it, and everything else. If I'm going to lie to myself, may as well be thorough about it. You remember, right? Back then, whenever a standard bearer fell, another would always step up right away. From the west to the east, becoming a mercenary, then all the way back here. That whole time, this flag never fell. Up until the 70th, or maybe 80th standard bearer died. He impaled his own abdomen with the flagpole to keep it up. When we were escorting the Rhode Island landship, those enemies, those monsters from Castel, shredded our lines like paper. When that happened, it was just a kid holding the flag. The enemy had the high ground. Ours rained down on us like a mudslide. Before Dr. Calcid arrived, there was pretty much nothing we could do to fight back. The flags are all in tatters. Yes. But I've still got hands. I can still hold a flagpole. I never liked flying a merc flag. It should have been stomped into the mud a long time ago. How many vets from the old days are still alive? You and me. Let's not waste any more time. We say as we go into another scene. Hey, Hoarder. Did you leave W with Her Majesty on purpose? What do you think about Her Majesty and Calcit? Especially that doctor. Never took you for the gossipy type. Just making small talk. You didn't use your arts once the whole time you were there. That's not like you. I was worried, maybe. I didn't have the guts, not with the way Dr. Calcit was looking at me. She's an unknown quantity. Right, better not dig too deep, just knowing who that Calcit is. But I might have accidentally taken a peek at Her Majesty. My arts can't look directly into people's minds. More like I can get a feel for them by looking over their shadows. Her Majesty is very special. She's tragic, but extremely resilient and gentle. Dr. Calcit is strange. She has this almost mechanical feel to her, but like a machine, how can I put it? Full of humanity. You're talking about Calcit? You can't feel it, can you? She sees us all as equals. She didn't call us devils. Maybe just because Her Majesty was there. What about the one they call the Doctor? Let's put it like this. The soldiers are just pawns in a little game. The commander is the player. When I saw the Doctor, I was struck with the feeling that I'm always going to be a pawn. That one's not a battlefield commander. The Doctor runs the whole war. That's not lying. Do you know what the biggest difference is between the piece and the player? No. But why are you talking like W now? You were always impatient. Never heard you talking in riddles like this before. A chess player's main focus is never on the pieces, or even the game. It's always on the other player. You always want to beat an even match. After a win, the player goes home to a nice hot meal. The pieces get popped back into the box and stashed away. The player gets to sleep, wake up, walk, and talk. The pieces just sit there in the cupboard. We're all objects. Inanimate objects. You're an inanimate fucking object. Just one of my favorite movie quotes. I think that's Ray Fiennes. There's only one person, one thing really alive on that battlefield. And it was that one. Getting a bit meta now, aren't we? If we're still going to call ourselves people, then, well, the Doctor's something else. Okay, then. I think it's safe to say we agree on that one. But it looks like Her Majesty, Calcit, and whoever else don't really mind. Dr. Calcit's always been careful. Even though we weren't working together for very long, I got the impression their troops are kind of in the dark about it. I told W some things are already starting to change. leaving might be the right call. Wait, you still didn't answer my question. If we're on the same page, why didn't you leave W there then? Are you worried about her? If we're on the same page, why did you leave her behind? It's part of the meta. It's part of meta, but it's a running theme that people always remark how cruel and detached the Doctor was pre-amnesia. Interesting. And maybe we're becoming a little less cruel post-amnesia. This is all fun thematic theming after. That was a redundant thing to say. This is all fun theming after just having gone through several months of playing Disco Elysium, where you wake up amnesiac after being blackout drunk and have to relearn everything about the world and yourself. Are you worried about her? So what if I am? Answer me already. For insurance, just in case one day we have to switch sides. Or do you think the Regent, Her Majesty's brother, will open his heart and say all is forgiven and keep letting us raid the Lateranos? I want to get away from this war. I'm sick of fighting our own people, and we've already suffered enough. Don't get me wrong, W is buying us some insurance. W buying us some insurance wasn't the original plan. But her face lit up when I told her she could stay. Interesting. Went in great. Oh, I guess there was also the Somnium Files, which our friend Andrew is playing currently and played last week. So, amnesiac detective or some such is a common theme running through our channel right now. You've taken to our works unexpectedly quickly. And that goes for your two friends as well. Though they didn't accept the Doctor's invitation to stay, they still performed their work admirably. Oh, that's a more familiar design. Are those scratches from her fight with Inez, or I'm pretty sure those were on the other arm. Yeah. So did Teresa say anything? It is a game trope that makes it easy to self-insert. This is all true. Yeah. And it's a way of getting away. You can get away with adding characterization to your amnesiac lead and then remove that if it doesn't actually fit with how the player wants to play. If you seek Her Majesty's praise, you may petition for an audience with her yourself. Assuming that you can avoid Miss Calcit, that is. There goes that idea. That bitch just stuck to Teresa like glue. What a headache. Anyway, where are they now? And you still intend to seek her out? I just want to go take a look. Can't get chewed out for doing that, right? Now who's the bigger headache? Hey, I worked my ass off to dig out 7 spies stuck in with your refugees. 7! And a caster, too. Do you know how hard that was? Keep it down. Your presence as well as the details of your mission are both confidential. Shh. That was your job, and if I recall correctly, the Doctor asked you to keep at least one alive. Yeah, the alive part is trickier than you think. Guy offed himself before I could even murk him. What's a girl supposed to do? They're on the bridge. Almia should be there too. You talk like I remember all these names. As if I care. As if Almia's a main character. That's your business. Just a moment. What's that in your hand? Oh, this little camera that I yoinked from one of the spies. Pretty rare, huh? And also a explosives remote control. Don't tell me you're going to... What? Is a sarcasm going to pass up an opportunity to get a selfie with Her Majesty? Well, if Miss Causa Apprehensio is a spy, don't expect me to bail you out. Hi. How'd those spies manage to get in here anyway? Don't you think we've been going at our fights kind of weird lately? That's not an area where you or I should be pointing fingers. If you're dissatisfied, take it up with the doctor. The doctor, huh? Maybe next time, then. Over there. Sure enough, that's all of them. I'm gonna lie low for a sec. What's with the tiny bunny? The little shit's ears are blocking Teresa. Uh-oh. Calcit. She's not coming over here? Did she not see me? Damn it. What's the doctor doing here? Get that one picture. Get that one in my picture, and it's 100% cursed. Aw, Teresa's laughing. Screw it. I won't get another opportunity like this. Cheese. W, do you even know what's going on right now? So I'm trying to decide if this is W being moi keen for Teresa or actually being a spy, which I suppose is the point. Probably better than you do. I'm the one actually down on the battlefield putting in the work, Dr. K. It's fine, Calcit. There's no need to get angry. Ugh, what a bitch. All for that stupid picture. But you might not like the next job so much, Mr. Captive. Come on, don't be so nervous. You're brave enough to get close to the speaker's office. Surely you came prepared to have your cover blown. And I'm in a pretty bad mood, so you're not going to have a good time. Trying to off yourself? Don't rush it. We're not ready for that. Not until I ask you some questions first. Gotta hold their tongue so they can't bite into it. Or use their tongue to get to the cyanide capsule. Don't rush it. Yeah. Now I've got to ask you some questions first. Now what is it? What happened at the Battle of the Mill last month? What reason do you have to be here? Why are you so close to the capital? What are you after? Who do you answer to? What were you trying to give Teresa's? I'm assuming Teresa's and Teresa are the same thing, whether or not that's a typo or knee-jerk reaction. What I really want to know is, say there's an urgent needle hovering by that eye you can't close. If I was to slowly push it in at the speed of 3 millimeters per second. So Teresa and Teresa's. And the brother being the other half of that sarcasm royalty that Hoarder was talking about a minute ago. Wouldn't you be afraid? Hoarder's prediction was correct. The war is starting to change. But to be honest, I lost interest in watching the situation in Kazdal unfold. Not like it affects me anyway. I'm just worried about Teresa. Even though seeing that damned woman is about as revolting as seeing my reflection smiling back at me back in the mirror. Maybe I do have to talk to her. It's interesting that she says she can't stand her smiling face. When her splash art is one of the only ones that smiles? Question mark. She smiles in her splash art. She doesn't smile in the costume that we have on for her, and she wasn't smiling in the one she was introduced as in this visual novel. She and I are kind of the same person. Are the same kind of person. She can even be if she can even be considered a person. That is. That's one of a whole bunch of mysteries floating around her. But she's much stronger than me. Maybe she will be able to protect. Maybe she will be able to protect Teresa. No, she has to. That damn woman being Khalzit. Okay. She has to, otherwise. There we go. Weaklings. Alright. Should be getting into the more challenging stuff now. This is but one cycle. Each person will walk from one end to the other and repeat the process again and again. Alright, no headwinds on this map. Yeah, having some range to go down both sides would probably be useful. Corey, you're out. No, I'm putting another healer back in. Texas, you're out. Because I keep having doubts about how to handle you. I probably do just want to go Myrtle. I really should develop Saga here. From what I understand, she kind of plays the same, fits the same niche that Siege does. I think I'll just go with Granny for now. Actually, I wonder. Let's see how much I have saved up for levels. It's mostly the money, not the battle records that are the problem. Yeah, that's the limit. Yeah, we can try it. It's probably not even much of a problem either, because it's just a it's just a 6-star unit, and they're just going to handle things. I saw that there was a chick with her, and this is manual deployment. Okay. I know what I said. No one could just watch from the sidelines. There could be no bystanders. And yet I still wanted to escape from the war, from Babel, from W, and from Her Majesty. So I ran. What a hypocrite. Do I regret it? Maybe. But even if I stayed there, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything. Mercenary camp. A few months after leaving Babel. This intel. Come on, say something. You're normally pretty glib. What's there to talk about? Are you throwing the question back at me? This deadlock has been dragging on for ages. Do you think the scales will tip overnight? What the hell happened these last 6 months? Aren't things moving way too quickly? We all know something went wrong. But as to exactly where, no one knows. I guess I shouldn't say nobody. Her Majesty and the people around her. That never should have happened to them. That's what we all think. That thing? We're being purposely vague. Great. Cool. Right now, what about us? Will the same thing happen to us? Too soon. This war ended too quickly. Up until last month, we were still working our contract with Babel. Then they went quiet. We stopped getting any news. Everyone knew which side we were on, and it's not like we were even ready to leave. If that's really the end of things, we have nowhere to run. Tell the messenger to start pulling contracts and see what intel we can dig up. Maybe we'll have to return to the real battlefield. I also figured that day was coming. We all knew that deep down, didn't we? If we really wanted to wash our hands of the whole thing, we wouldn't have agreed to work with them in the first place. We could have left on our own, crossed Lake Valadin, and made a killing somewhere else. Yes, I stopped. It'd be even harder for us to pull out of there. Too easy to get lost in that warmth. We'd get drunk on it. So this one's talking about potentially staying in this one's talking about staying in Rhode Island. I'm a bit confused because this one says things are going slow and this one says things are going fast. Maybe we should just abandon Babel and take our people away. You still have that same old problem. You're getting sentimental again. Can't tell you how long, but it feels like it's been ages since I've made a good decision that actually helped us. Maybe we really don't belong on the battlefield anymore. Enough of that. Which one of us is the Sarkaz again? Is there a single other place on Terra, like even a wooden shed over our heads, that can handle a bunch of blood-stained Sarkaz? Don't always blame yourself. We all share the burden. Also, looking back, I can say that you made the right decision to take in W. She's made a lot of money for us, an awful lot of people. Hope so. W, is she still alive? I don't think she'd die so easily. She spent a decent amount of time with Her Majesty as well. Who knows, maybe she learned a thing or two. We need to get a grasp quick on the situation in Casdell right now. If we can find her again, things might get a little easier. Do we really need her to back us up? Fine. What a damn shame. There you are. You sure know how to run. You look dead inside. I heard what you've been up to lately, W. Then you should also know that you're the last one. You're right. As you can see, a lot of people died in this battlefield. All you're doing at this point is running up the score. The way I see things, anyone who isn't dead has done a lot more than you ever have. Shut up. Do you need it? Do you need another reminder? Teresa is dead. All of Casdell, all of Terra will know that Casdell has a new king. But that was just a decapitation strike. A lot of your core operators are still alive. Like that commander of yours who never showed up again. They made the right call. Alright, I'll believe you at things are moving very quickly. Core operators are still alive, but they went and disappeared, potentially, like the doctor. His Majesty didn't completely annihilate you because he wants to put a stop to the chaos. Castel needs him to pave a new path forward. Okay, they've left. They cut off the head. The head being Teresa, even though there are more leaders. Doctors gone disappeared, so it's really just Calcit. But what about you? Who are you to lecture anyone about right or wrong? Of course you won't say it, but I know that's what you're thinking. And while you're thinking, you're trying to erase all those faces from your memory, one by one. Yeah. So I'm going to guess some genuine attachment to Teresa. After all, you're just here to vent. Just a petty little mercenary drowning in her worthless revenge. You can't beat anyone. I can definitely beat you pretty easily too. Killing me doesn't prove anything. All you do is run your mouth. Are you trying to read my mind or just getting some last words out before you die? A bit of both, I won't deny it. Ever since I almost choked on the blood of my friends, I haven't been able to hold a weapon. We've all bled, splattered it across Babel's palace. What you've seen, I've seen so much more. But since you found me, I guess my fate is sealed. Ha. I know. Save your breath. To be honest, I just kind of want to kill you. Call it a little relief from the stress of unemployment. But I really underestimated you, psycho. Can you really pull that trigger without any anger behind it? Or are you so far gone that you don't even feel anything? You're alone now. How many of our people do you plan to hunt down? Don't you realize you're not even thinking about Her Majesty Teresa? You're helping him silence us, Hands. Will you shut it already? I thought you wanted to die. If you ran back to your little regent... Right, the regent. They're referring to him by the regent, and his actual name is Terraces. Okay. Do you really think I could butcher my way through Castel and drag all you out one by one? But you won't. None of you will. When you people killed her, you knew that you'd never be able to return to Castel again. You'd never go back to the way things were before. Nobody who actually saw what she looked like would have been able to keep cool. Except for those real monsters. So you're all waiting for one special person. Me, your executioner. I'm here to finally set you free. So the assassins can't go back to their homeland, where the king was beloved. And I'm doing it for free too. How great is that? Self-righteous lunatic. But what you said is true. We stained our hands with her blood. But even then, Shing. You never should have called that man His Majesty. Teresa is the only one who gets that title. You might have lived to speak a few more words. I hope the usurper isn't rushing to get fitted for a crown. I mean, he'll be losing his head in a minute here. It'd be such a waste. Just wait till Teresa. Teresa. If you don't surrender, you get other mercs on you. Next time, you'll be the prey. Well, look who it is. I thought you two left Castel ages ago. Long time no see. Hey! Reunited. compared to how long this war has been going on. It was a weekend getaway. But I can't believe how you've grown. I spooked you? Your hands are shaking. Just a little rusty. Our intel did say you'd been alone here. You'd be alone here. But we're almost 200 kilometers out from Taba. What do you plan to do with that rickety corpse of yours? Or have you been dragging yourself around like this for months all alone? It wasn't that hard. I guess there's a lot of stuff that's a pain in the ass to do by myself. Like if you're rushing to patch yourself up, you could suddenly find your infection getting a lot worse. It's whatever, as long as I don't die. And I don't die easy. Now, do they mean infection from a wound, or do they mean infection from Originium? That tower looks familiar. Where are we? Here? We're on the western bow zone. The coordinates are... Oh, right. This is where W died. And where you joined us. This place has been blasted into ruins. What? Were you feeling nostalgic? Do I look like the nostalgic type? My last target happened to run over here. I know you two came for a reason. Just like last time. Let's cut to the chase. Yeah, I figured she was infected. But I didn't realize that it can get worse in that way. The Regent has united all Casdel's armed forces. The remaining mercenaries will also be united to form a real standing army to be sent all throughout Terra. What a busybody. It's understandable. Unless the big shots in Victoria and Lacenario are useless pieces of shit with butter for brains, nobody is going to sit back and let Casdel rebuild after reunification. Maybe we could borrow a few folks here and stir up some unrest again. Bad idea, even if you're trying to get revenge. Don't forget how many of our people with us now fought side by side with Teresa. Sarkaz mercenaries like us never really had a dog in the fight. Most people don't like thinking. They just need someone to give them orders. So if all the Sarkaz will listen to the Regent, then he's won. Inez, did it hurt when you carved your horns to look like a Sarkaz? Sarcasby? Did they bleed? That's sounding more accurate. Interesting. Because that is kind of the look that she gives off, is close to Sarkaz, so then claiming that she isn't. That's interesting. Okay. So she's another horned race, but did that to herself, mutilated in that way. No, it didn't hurt. Then your little disguise isn't even skin deep. Keep playing the Sarkaz and you're going to get yourself killed. Thanks for the concern. I can hardly contain my bile. I'm just not in the mood to be hear you calling yourself a Sarkaz right now. I decided to go down this path, and it's the only one I can follow at this point. W, since Her Majesty disappeared, Casdel has changed a lot, completely turned on its head. Most Sarkaz don't have a choice. Not to mention, it's also a tempting proposition for many others. So let me guess, because you didn't have the time... No. So let me guess, because you didn't have the time to make it out, you accepted the murderer's proposal? We'd be a bunch of icy stiffs if we didn't. Looks like I'm not going to be able to change your mind. I'm not as cruel as you used to be. Why don't we let our swords do the talking, for old time's sake? Slow up a minute. You might be interested in what I have to say next. We're not going back to Castel. We're headed to Ursus. Now that's a surprise. You should have said that earlier. I was this close to killing you. But you've got my attention. Let's talk, Captain Hoarder. Oh, there's the reunion flag. Just outside of Castle, there are some infected uprisings. They're not paying top dollar for mercs, and the regent is looking to manipulate some of the infected for his own goals. The power of the infected? But most of their forces are still up in the frozen land of Ursus. And the regent's not interested in the dilapidated, vacant throne of Casdal anymore. He's got his eye on someplace else. The so-called reunion movement is gathering the oppressed and downtrodden of all races. It's a fine piece to put in play for the next required step. So nobody would get suspicious if we joined this reunion movement and left Casdal far, far behind. And then what? We'll take things one step at a time, W. Interesting. If all three of these people... Well, that explains how Reunion, or W was with Reunion at the start of the game. Doesn't explain where these two went, unless they were there under the name of under a different code name. Changed a bit after infection. I am a real monster after all. And the old woman disappeared too. Maybe there really is no more reason to stay in Casdal. But I'm not letting you two run the show this time. There are things I want to do, choices I want to make for myself. That cool with you? The Regent will send someone to muster the mercenary army. If it's just between our little group here, that's fine. We will help you. Don't worry, I've always been good at coping with my boss. Alright then. Welcome back, W. This was at the start of a map, right? Let me just... Yeah, that's a real cool... They're all kind of framed the same, which is an interesting look. And this is kind of her Rhode Island outfit, or what she picked up in her time at Rhode Island. W has changed a lot. She should have her own ideas now. I pushed Inez down this path too, but she's stronger than I expected. As for me, occasionally, if you climb up somewhere high and look down, you can see the plumes of smoke rising from Casdal. Maybe I'm the one who wants to escape from this place the most. There we go. Hey. Into the mission now.
ちゃんと面白い戦いにしてくれるかな?
That was quite the winding path they just did. Okay, so we have some disactivated units moving around. Standard bears moving around.
Okay.
Let's get our back over now. What am I supposed to do with this? Generates some DP, deals additional attack as physical. Almost any enemies that are critically wounded. Okay. And can store 2 charges of that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Maybe didn't want to activate that unit. Alright, sorry, you're up. We did just about handle it. Yeah. Oh, hello from the back row. What's he running while holding his head? Yeah, you're just kind of running around a bit randomly. Arts isn't going to help here. Yeah, I think we got through this one just by virtue of being over leveled. What happened to Babel? Any Sark has in contact with Her Majesty Teresa at that time would have asked this question. W definitely saw the truth, but she said nothing during the long journey. I didn't ask, and neither did Inez, but I think she's closer to the truth than I am. Before I knew it, I found myself trailing behind everyone else. Of course. Yes, it'll be fine. I'll keep in contact with the air teams. By your command. Phew. Guys, it looks like we'll be stationed here for a while. What happened? The scout spotted a catastrophe brewing, and with no catastrophe messengers nearby. We should stay as far away as possible, just in case. Can't risk it no matter what. A catastrophe, huh? It's rare to see one raging in the wilderness. This one's going to be raging towards Ursus any minute now, isn't it? But we have plenty of experience dealing with Origin and Casdell, so no need to panic. Where's W? She's with her team. Need her for something? I'm not sure. She's changed a lot. Do you think her personality would change that much just because Teresa is gone? She's too calm. It's unlike her. But when we found her on the battlefield earlier, she still had that cynical, sarcastic expression. If anything, she's only gotten worse. That's odd. I never thought you'd be perceptive enough to pick up on these subtle warning signs. Save the jabs. If W is being quiet, that warning sign's far from subtle. Oh. Look, the clouds are converging on the other side of the mountain, and the air pressure has changed drastically. Is that a catastrophe cloud? It might not be safe to station here given the size of that thing. Notify all our forces to retreat 50 kilometers along our original route. Find W and make it quick. I don't take orders from you. You know, the feeling W gives off now, it's just like that thing. W, what are you doing? The wind is so strong here. I'm enjoying the catastrophe. What else? Are you insane? What'd you say? I can't hear you. I forgot you were always a lunatic. Don't get the sarcasm on your team killed with you. I already told them to evacuate with order. I'm not stupid. Ha! W, I'm telling you, be careful, damn it. You're the one who should stay back. You're the one who should stay back. You're not going to make it if you fall down there. And do you think you will? If you don't want to die, get your ass back here. What the hell are you two doing? Ask her. She insists on clinging to me. Fortunately, we didn't lose anyone from W's team. Otherwise, we'd get court-martialed long before we get to join reunion. Let's all head back and rest first, then wait for the news. Okay, so they haven't met up with reunion yet. What's wrong with fighting during a catastrophe? Are you afraid of the storm? Or of oropathy? I'd just rather not die an early death. Let's get ourselves ready. It'll be a real special experience. Inez. What? I'm not upset. It's not like we're a couple of ornery kids you have to break apart. I can say the W did a good job taking care of her team. Rare to hear you say that. Say what? I have no idea if she's just a lunatic or if she's... God damn it. She's no damn storm cloud. She is the catastrophe. Expletive. You're in a good mood. Of course. There's some news, but you don't get to hear it until we're out of this trash heap of a country. That can't be why you've set our rendezvous point right under a catastrophe, right? Are you trying to get me killed? Hey, don't put it that way. Do you know what the biggest perk of being a lunatic is? I'm not sure I want to know. But I already have a pretty good idea just from following you, boss. That's right. It's this. The crazier shit you do, the less others question you. It's a good strategy for a spy. The Rhode Island already left Casdell, right? To be specific, we don't have any reports of a land ship that that big getting taken in by by Teresa's. Good enough. So we do have a lead after all. We have more and more fresh faces on the team, but I feel better knowing that I left Casdell. Among those traveling with me are both friends and enemies. It's always been volatile like that. Mercenaries don't care too much about the past because for our kind, life and death are easy come, easy go. Maybe because the war ended too quickly, we immediately plunged into the into the next battle without ever tasting a moment of peace. This kind of hope could just be another poison. Since the beginning, we've always needed war and conflict to ease this balance. W is the best example of this. She's long become drunk on it. Tallulah. Welcome. Warriors from afar. War has never been something that can be avoided. I've always known that, of course. But at the moment, I truly realized it. War has permeated every corner of this world. Always has, ever since the first sentient thing was born. And we will become mired in it again. Tallulah, if I remember correctly, is the leader of Reunion. Or de facto leader of Reunion. There isn't a archives network for... Oh, there's enemy. Well, not quite what I meant. Leaders only. Yeah, I needed to remember some of these. Big Bob, Big Adam. Circus Centurion. That big thing, Pompeii. Skull Shatter, Crown Slayer, yeah. Those two I remember pretty well. Frost Nova, that was her name. That's a lot of enemy leaders I haven't seen. Carries around a weapon like a Laterano gun, however she almost exclusively attacks using explosives and throwing weapons. Attacks the enemy's flank using large amounts of active explosives. Erratic movement makes her impossible to predict. Alright, bunch of old story I could be going through if I wanted to.
ねえ、今日はロドスに何をもたらすつもり？これまで通りかしら。
Yeah, okay. I thought it might be those two from this story back there. Makes sense. And this is more in line with her original outfit where she's just covered in grenades. Lots of cargo pants. Okay. Yeah, I just need one pot of sanity. That's pretty good. Who am I not running? I replaced Texas. Okay. You're still fine. Late 40, huh? Okay. Probably do want more ground forces. Spectre feels kind of what I'm after. Can have Chen to go do some killing. Otherwise, I think this is okay. Saga still works fine. I just need to back her up with some of that to pick off the critically wounded. You, I've seen you somewhere before, comrade. We've met on the battlefield before. Sarka's mercenary leader. Hey, you shouldn't have come to Chernobog. Everybody here has the intel on Rhode Island. You're all going to die here. But no matter how good you are, you shouldn't have been able to get through W's defensive line. Oh, I thought he was talking to W. Not unless, by the looks of things, she ended up making that choice after all. In fact, we all expected it. Oh, talking directly to us. The doctor. That's the only reason we're still exchanging words in the bow. Some of you fought with us side by side. Teresa was an exceptional leader. She changed the way many people see this patch of dirt. But it was an idealized viewpoint. You don't need to argue with me. I know better than you that the cruelty that Castel has faced. Nor do I want to deny her. But for such a tremendous effort, I just want to see some semblance of results. Only by the Regent's hand can a new future come to Castel. There's not enough goodwill to go around for everyone. We could have tried to work together. Or at least so that we don't have to die together. A naive notion. How are we supposed to set aside our years of discontent as Sarkas? How are we to right a long history of wrongs? Ursus and the infected, reunion and the infected, Ursus and the uninfected, reunion and the infected, Castel and the Sarkas. It's all the same. I became more convinced of it during the time I spent working with Reunion. His Royal Highness, the Regent, can open a new home for us, and I've chosen to chase this opportunity. Just as in the past, you still naively cling to Teresa. That's enough. Since W decided to let you through, you must have also paid the price. What did you give up? An underling who died to buy you time? Or maybe your own soul? What did W ask for, and what did we give up? Tell me the name you go by now. Oh, are we that same scout from earlier? Instead? Don't mercenaries always use code names? Garchin? But you're right. Well, we are back in Chernobog. Stop resisting. The 12 other members of your team have been eliminated. Lifa, Mimi, Thumbtack died after being surrounded by Union casters. One died on her feet. Did we hear those names somewhere else before? Mary, Macron, Slink, and Scorpion held a section that W broke with their own team. Milim, Tipsy, Mudflower took one of our teams down with them, and one of them fought her way out of the trap, but Hoarder's swordsman got to her head. That's a lot of code names she's listing off right now. Meaning she knows them all by name, personally. Unexpectedly, Peter died downstairs over there not too long ago. Apparently tried to save some civilian who didn't have time to evacuate. Salon is still breathing, and we took her in. But she's probably looking for some way to kill herself. What, nothing to say? Stop hiding. I know you can hear me. I can see your shadow. I can tell from your ragged breathing that you're badly wounded. Oh, there's Scout. Why do you know their names? W told me specifically for this occasion. You guys keep some kind of dog tags on you. At least you have to know who you killed. This isn't Casdell anymore. It'd be bad if you killed the wrong person. Those aren't dog tags, and the operators we lost weren't all soldiers. I thought W would finish me yourself. Would you believe me if I told you that she doesn't have the heart to do that? You killed the leader that the Regent sent. She's not the only one who wants to take over, so she has her hands full. Did I see this, Scout, in like chapter 1 of the story? Like the agreement you had with W. As soon as you complete your mission, we'll annihilate you with all our strength. In hindsight. During the firefight, you even took the time to rescue someone. But that's not any of our business. Patriot is over there, so there's no need to bother with that. Good. You've all changed. W was not the kind of person to go out of her way to remember the names of the dead. Yeah, she did change, but she's only become more of a lunatic. Your experience on the battlefield is pure, like Faust's art. Who's to say that this wasn't just a ruse to trip you up? What if she only wrote down their names so I could toy with you with my arts? That sounds like her. She would never miss an opportunity to have fun. Have some fun. Same with you. Didn't you also agree to this crazy deal that only W would come up with? Trading my life for an opportunity, then letting those who should take that opportunity follow through? There's nothing crazy about that. Just like those who sacrificed their lives, they died for their own ideals. Without them, I cannot succeed. Seems like everyone's changed with the passing of time. You too never would have given your enemy time to breathe like you're doing now. Hoarder should have warned you. What? Why are you still resisting? He's gone. I don't think he can get away so easily. This way? No doubt this is the way. He's fast. Tricky bastard. If he wasn't injured, I might not even be able to keep up. Wait. He's heading towards the middle of the city? That's where... Damn it. Why are you after us so close to the core city? Why can't you just get out of Chernobog? You really don't act like a Sarkaz at times, Inez. I never was one. You should keep pretending that you are. You are a Sarkaz mercenary, and this is the battlefield. You can't even run anymore. You've lost too much blood. Your head is spinning, and your limbs are going numb. Your shadow's the only thing still burning. You shouldn't even be able to stand. I'm well aware of my own injuries. Besides, this place is crawling with reunion. But for the lot of you, Porter, and also W, I have a suggestion. For Her Majesty's sake, use those eyes of yours to see the truth, and don't die in vain before that. We Sarkaz, yeah, I guess he would be one, should not allow others to continue to use us. Are you talking about my arts? What am I supposed to be seeing? What is this? Who is this? Why? Oh, there's Tallulah. Sarkaz? Impossible. She saw me? Now's my chance. No, I don't think you got a chance. Long time no see. So you're alive. I've been following you this whole time. I figured Inez alone wouldn't be enough to handle an elite like you. The price to pay for this information is your life. And though we never planned to show any mercy, I did hope that you would. But now we can't give you any more chances. You're too close to the core city. W doesn't want anyone poking around over there. Sounds like she's the captain now. You always... I'm sorry, sleep now, old friend. You should not stay here. I know, old friend. I've known that all along. Hoarder. You hesitated back there. Why? Hurry. We need to let W know immediately. She's coming. Yep. Okay, so this all is leading like directly into the Trinabog fight.
ここからは茨の道になります。
君たちが敵？手加減なしで頼むよ。僕に退屈させないで。
一気に型をつける。戦場に出たからにはアブラーゲン。私を呼び起こしてくださったのはあなたですね。貴様の生死は私が決める。
前に進むぞ。
ちょっとからかってあげようっと。アーツユニットチャージ中。
This is quite some heroic music, actually. あ、I did that wrong.
どうするかな。
That's fine. Oh, hey. That's a fun unit to have in front of us.
私が行こう。強化しろ。奴らを抑える。
私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけだね。いい天気だね。世相に任せよ。分かった。私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。
We can retreat here. Because I kind of need to retreat some. Probably just siege.
冷静に。行くぞ。
Let's use that to our advantage. Well, someone got through. Oh. Oh, fun. So Saga here did not do much, because they did not want to go in that direction. You can stay right there, bud. I mean, I've got this map cleared, but I need... Oh. Well, it mostly worked. Something got through though, so oh well. Tallulah changed. Actually, let's get water filled first. The first time I met her, the feeling that she gave me was just like that of Her Majesty, Teresa. But Her Majesty has always been tragic, burdened, and she knew more about the secrets of this land. Tallulah is different. She is wrathful, but just calm enough. Still, a zealous anger burns within her. Though they were different in many small ways, they had the same kind of strength. Or maybe people like them are similar in many ways regardless of their strength. This anger gave rise to a reunion, which attracted countless followers. But soon she changed. Our daily work had turned into incitement, provocation, destruction. This is no longer a revolution for the masses of infected, but rather the same kind of over-engineered conspiratorial war that we have seen in Kasdal time and time again. Yeah, that kind of tracks with that reunion's vibe more than the freedom for the oppressed thing that they argue for. She hasn't caught up yet. If we really run into her head on, there's going to be trouble. You shouldn't use your arts on Tallulah. This isn't the first time either. We must always be careful of what we see. Something must have happened to Tallulah. We have to tell W. We've got a lot of heavies suspicious of us thanks to W's little plans. Do you want to make things even worse? What exactly did you see? The old Tallulah was just a rebel. She freed the infected and gave them an opportunity to fight back. But now, there's no effort made to curb their base desires. There's only mindless destruction and killing. That doesn't prove anything. That's how the other races have always treated the infected. They're not like Sarkaz. You don't understand. The behavior by itself isn't a big deal, but I'm talking about the consequences. Tallulah, she's sabotaging reunion on purpose. Why? Don't you think this situation feels familiar? She is an excellent leader who can rally ordinary infected into battle and win. But she's the only one who could dismantle the very tower she's built, piece by piece, totally undetected. I could even say Tallulah herself is just a slightly fancier brick. Something that can be crushed at any time. Are you saying that it's just like 3 years ago? But he might have always been like that. He did it all without hesitation. He was good at hiding it. Tallulah isn't like that. Her change was too sudden. Her shadow. It's as if there are two shadows, but I see no traces of arts. It's more like a set of ruins, ancient and imposing, still full of lingering power. The nature of your arts is very special, but your feelings are too vague this time. I can't base my decisions on vague feelings. But W needs to know. Quiet. We've already been noticed. Anything we do can be used against someone else. You understand this, yes? Do you think we can survive a second Babel incident? I'm not sure. I know W can't. I'll go find her. Garshin is dead, so she should be the new leader. Wait, if Tallulah really has eyes on us already, if you do this, I can't wait any longer. Don't give me orders. We're still the same rank. I say that, but this is the first time I've disobeyed your orders. You shouldn't always overthink things, Hoarder. Running sound effects. W should be right ahead once I cross this alley. Isn't that the base camp? What is she doing? Anyway, I need to hurry. Who are you? Hey, reunion soldier. Infected? What do you want with me? Watch your tone, devil. First, a few mercenary teams defected, then enemies started showing up in the city. Your bunch has made too many mistakes. Do you really think our leader hasn't noticed? Out of my way, I don't have to listen to your whining. You have to answer to Tallulah. I know. After I report to W, I will then report to Tallulah. There's no need for that. That's not the kind of answer we need. What? Are you serious? We got attacked and the fighting spread over here. Inez, one of the mercenary team leaders, is dead. Determined reunion caster. You're not going to identify the body? The fighting was pretty noisy. It's drawing a lot of attention. Blow the whole street now. Got it. Wait a second. Reunion also needs people who fight like her until the very end. I understand. Take care of my family. They're still back in town. Of course. I promise. Make his corpse look a bit more. Yeah, just like that. W will notice soon. Let's go. Yeah, it sounded like they weren't done with Inez. Not letting Hoarder follow turned out to be the right call. Turns out they decorate the streets of Chernobog with birch trees. Huh. It looks just like that old place, with all the shadows weaving together.
離脱者が援軍を呼ぶ可能性がある。索敵を怠るな。
No gold bonus for that. Alright, and then this one is Elite 1, level 60. Get the jet stream. Okay, so you just fall straight to any arts damage. Good to know. I just had most of them in a bad spot. This looks to largely be the same map. No, I was... Never mind. Didn't say anything. So they want us looking away from the enemy to actually make use of this. Okay. Alright, so put some supporting fire up here. Yeah, so you're fine. Put some supporting fire here and then block up the ground in this spot here. Alright. Alert mission. Could bring you back, but I think I want arts damage. Any other options here? There's always Ifrit. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna get some context to that last chapter. Months ago, after contacting Reunion, Ursus in desert outskirts. You've met all the Reunion leaders. What do you think? Are you asking me or her? If you ask me, I'd say nothing out of the ordinary. Stuff they do is pretty par for the course for people like that. A strange bunch. There's a child who seems to be purposely pushed into that position to the point of becoming cruel. And then there's a warrior whose toughness is beyond imagination. There are some incredible people, but then there are some 2-bit villains. All I can say is we've seen all kinds of people after fighting wars all these years. But there is someone who caught my eye. Oh, you must be talking about that one. The one who was waiting on the side with that other little rabbit. Yep. The little rabbit. I'm going to guess they mean Frostnova, from what I've seen. Or they could be talking about Amiya again. The squad seems to be completely different, on a completely different level compared to those ordinary infected. The kind of Sarkaz warrior can be said to truly bear the mark of war. Sarkaz? Yeah, but you don't see Sarkaz like that every day. He claims to be with Ursus, saying he broke off contact with Kazdel long ago. How pitiful. He never needed to live such an exhausting life. Maybe we should all go meet him. The impression I got from him was that he has become much more than a warrior. And don't you love thinking about things? Instead of philosophizing, why not have a chat with someone like that? We might all learn a lot from him. You're talking about... ... Pardon, I would like to speak with you alone. Speak of the devil. What's up? To who do I owe the pleasure? Okay. I don't think I've gotten to this character in story yet. My name does not matter for the time being. Rest assured, right now, I am not here on behalf of the leader. I just want to hear about my countrymen, my homeland. What has become of them? I know that in Kazdel, many things happened. Some things I have heard, but details no. This guy's very Darth Vader. My dude from Singamiz. How are you doing? These two identities do not conflict. You're just an Ursarian. Yeah, okay. The bloodline has not changed, dark and deeply rooted. I care not for it, but run from it? I cannot. So even if I told you, what do you plan to do? These things happened a long time ago for me. Nothing. There's nothing. Nothing I can do. But it has been so long since I saw Teresa. Oh. From your actions, I see. She is with you. Her mark is here. After all, you are Sarkaz. Muddied, blood-soaked. She is a hero, at least. So respected, a great warrior, a worthy ruler. My flesh, loyal to Ursus. From my people, I exiled myself, but I am still Sarkaz. I want to know what happened to her Kazdel. I just want to know. En route to Chernobog. Mercenary garrison. Exterior shop. Need something? We hope that you mercenaries can give us an explanation. First, your team defected. The people who went after them reported back that you weren't even trying. A few hours ago, some enemies managed to infiltrate Chernobog, again due to your negligence. Combined with the fact that when we first captured Chernobog, someone tipped us off that you let... Okay, I get it. The client's dissatisfied with our performance. Can you say that with fewer words? We're simply in a cooperative relationship, and I'm the leader now. If I get this on the table and if I get on this table and start groveling, will Tallulah be happy? Or did having Papa Patriot around give you the illusion that Reunion is actually good at fighting a war? Make no mistake about who the people actually capable of bringing you victory are. If you've figured it out, hurry up and crawl back to that dragon girl. Tell her what she wants to know soon enough, so don't rush me. There's one other thing. Just now, stragglers from an enemy party were detected in the city. That mercenary, Inez, died after exchanging fire with them. Alright, so we're back to the present now. Reunion also participated in this battle. The enemies were very strong, and we all suffered losses. This is all due to your negligence. There's no need to get pushy with me. Seems like something happened to the east of here not long ago. Precisely. So, where's the body? Unfortunately, I have bad news. I'm talking about the enemy's corpses. Inez wouldn't use such flashy, destructive arts. Our casters were also involved in the battle. The entire street was destroyed. Don't you think you're being a bit too blatant here? I don't know what you're talking about. So from your side's point of view, how should this situation be handled? Our main force is focused on the battle that will take place in Lungmen. We have no time to waste here. The leader won't investigate your responsibility in this just yet, so you should handle it yourself. You have a pretty thick Ursus accent. What of it? You guys didn't really think that I'd take some random excuse, did you? W, stop. Put that wand away and calm down first. Sorry, got a bit carried away there. You can breathe a sigh of relief first and be grateful that you get to live. What's the meaning of this? Don't get me wrong, the death of one Sarkaz won't affect the outcome of the next battle. And neither will the death of the entire Reunion movement. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try me. I'll make sure our leader hears about your true attitude. There won't be a next time. You heard him. Since you let that Rhode Island squad escape, Reunion has never allowed us to act alone. If they could put half this much effort into their actual battles, they wouldn't be getting their asses handed to them so badly. Despite that, you still deliberately let those traitorous Blade Master get away. I didn't deliberately let him go. I just didn't want those idiotic infected to kill a Sarkaz I brought here. The old you was slaughtered Flamebreaker on the spot to get Reunion's attention off of you. Regardless of what you wanted. Yeah, was I the only one who couldn't remember his codename? How embarrassing. So is Inez really? Now's not the time. I'll have someone identify her core. Let's talk about business first. 3 things. First, Inez wanted to warn you that something's wrong with Tallulah. She must have seen something more specific, but I'm not clear on that. All she told me was Tallulah apparently had 2 shadows. From reaction, this isn't some common byproduct of art's interference. That damn coward, why wouldn't she ever be straightforward? Second, the old man is left, received an order to fetch something. Tallulah didn't even make any efforts to hide it. Finally, a messenger has already been sent off for Victoria. Shortly, the regent will know everything that has happened here. Teresa's knows many things, and he has just as many monsters around him. If he is allowed to intervene, this would no longer be a simple question between Reunion and Ursus. W, are you listening to me? Too noisy. Since it's all good news anyway, let me have some peace and quiet. You've had your hand in the hilt of your blade ever since you walked through the door. You were like that when we first met, as if you were ready to cut me down at any moment. But the way you stayed calm back there was just like Patriot. What do you really think about this? That's not important. And none of us are. We all know this, and bad habits die hard. In this, I have the right to hear what she said, right? In order to respect her sacrifice. You two are both similar, never considering the consequences of the things you do. The Regent will not sit idly by and watch them lose control. If you can't give him a suitable answer, Londinium's summons will destroy everything you painstakingly put together. Ironically, I still don't know what you're trying to accomplish, even now. Who knows? Just don't think you can handle everything alone, W. You'll come to regret it sooner or later, just like me. The reason you have the right to ask questions is because you avoided the center of the whirlpool. Really? Who's still left on Rhode Island now? Why are you asking that? I've seen your interactions with the messenger. You've been investigating Rhode Island's trail. That drug company. I'd assumed they only got cut up in that war, but turns out the truth isn't so simple. Especially Scout. According to your plan, we were in charge of all the other fronts during the battle to hold Chernobog. Yeah, and you guys did a great job. But someone still found him, the ghost of Babel. You chose to find him yourself, and then you let him go. In the past, I've always seen this as a sign of untrustworthiness. But by the looks of things, you didn't plan to keep that secret for long anyway. What's the point? What point is there in hiding that? If you've ever fought in battle, you're bound to know some people who have a bit of reputation. After all, if those people have been fighting tooth and nail to hang on, there's no getting around it. What's your plan now? We shouldn't have had to fight against them in the first place. If that Calcid is still in charge of Rhode Island, this might be a chance. No. What do you think my objective is? I see. You said you'd help me do this one thing. We agreed on it. Dishonest mercenaries are worth just as much as dead mercenaries, so I don't mind making some extra arrangements. Inez can no longer help you. And soon I'll have to leave too. Oh, I haven't heard about this before. Where to? I'll head back to Victoria with the messenger. It'll be about a 3 or 4 month trip. We'll leave tomorrow morning before sunrise. Are you in that much of a hurry to reunite with Inez in death? With your reputation, you plan to head back to Londinium carrying all that sin on your shoulders? You'd probably be better off fleeing back to Casdell. You killed Garchin and reorganized the mercenaries. Someone has to report this to the Regent. If nobody goes to report this, he'll treat us like disowned children and cast us straight into the next war zone, a battlefield within his reach. When that time comes, there really will be no place to run. You're taking this risk to cover for me? Why would you do that? Her Majesty Teresa. She remembered my name and my family. Though Her Majesty is no longer here, there's part of her left in this piece of shit no-good squad. How come I've never seen it? No matter how perverse the sarcastic personalities and methods may be, judging from the results, they're still fighting for that lofty, unrealistic idea. Do you even know what you're talking about? We've known each other for a long enough time, W. That's all. Out of compassion, let me give you a reminder. This is your best opportunity to escape Casdell. Leave from here, past Ligman and Ursus, to distant lands beyond. I'm willing to keep one eye closed. But if you go back, know that you will die. Just earlier you said you wanted me to help you do your thing. If your idea of helping me is just committing suicide, then I suggest you hang on to your life instead. When it's my turn to collect, I'd like some of my debtors to still be alive. I wouldn't necessarily be going there to die. Depending on the Regent's mood, there may be several possible outcomes. Reunion has been manipulated into something far beyond what you can imagine. The Regent may well change his mind. In any case, I no longer have the luxury of running away. I left Casdell, and I'm about to leave here. What's the worst that could happen? Patriot has already taught me enough. You've been influenced by him a lot, just from your short time here. Just like you were with Teresa. It's all the same, isn't it? Teresa sits on his throne, and even if I am only able to grovel my way up there with my head pressed against the ground, I must reach where he is and figure out what he is thinking. Otherwise, if we continue acting recklessly as we are now, that will truly be committing suicide. You know, you could just submit to him. I've thought about that before. Just so you know, Garchin was always suspicious of you. He even gave me the order to kill you once. Oh, sounds like things would have been a bit more entertaining if you had listened to him then. Sorry, but I'm not into the same kind of stuff you are into. Now let's decide. I won't deny that I'm curious about what Teresa is up to. Seems like I have no choice, though. That's right. Even if you rejected my proposal, I don't plan to let you keep running the show. You're not going to say that this is for my good, are you? Of course not. What kind of sarcasm goes around taking care of others? How disappointing. You've just gone right back to your old ways. I thought you were going to keep following. So, do you already have a plan? Why don't you go ask Inez? That's a really unfunny joke. Then, before I leave, let me tell you another joke. Inez once told me that you looked more and more like a lunatic, but your actions got less and less decisive. Who, me? Do you really believe that? Have I been using fewer bombs recently? Maybe. No matter how good you might be at hiding it, we've worked together for far too many years. Who's to say? Maybe we trusted you this whole time. So which line was the joke? Oh, it's you. Sarcasm mercenary hoarder, is it? I heard you were leaving. What business do you have with us? Before I leave, there's something I'd like to confirm. Did any of you personally see Inez fall in battle? No. As soon as we received the support request, the battle was over. The street had been torn apart, and the orgium crystals left by the catastrophe caused a violent chain reaction. We got the situation under control with fairly minimal... What are you doing? Usurian. You're pretty calm for someone who just saw a companion fall in front of your eyes. You give off the stench of conspiracy and war, a stench that's all too familiar. If Inez was still here, that's definitely what she'd say. So that's what this is about. It's all too common for people to vent their anger on the infected over a fallen comrade. I just thought you would have been a little smarter than W. A little smarter, huh? Yeah, looking back, I've been a bit overprotective of her. Always have been. But not because I was afraid she'd get into trouble. You see, I was more afraid that I'd have nobody to kill. After all, I'm also a sarcasm. The real deal. You... Hey! Finally into... the map.
マップと敵座標の DMA 設定を適用しています。少々お待ちください。
Okay. Well, I now have to be real careful about these guys, huh?
逃げるがいい。死ぬよりは腰抜けと呼ばれる方がまだマシだろうからな。一気に型をつける。
Especially if I want the bonus.
どけ。
And those kind of instantly throw a wrench at things, doesn't it?
私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。
All the places I want to go first are those guys, huh? I could just send in Chen. I want to do things. I want to do things the way I want. I have to redeploy a bunch, basically.
死ぬ覚悟を決めろ。節操に任せよ。私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。
I think you stay at a range. Sounds like fun.
Okay.
That seems bad. Okay. Alright, you got activated by someone. What even happened? Like
撤退？負傷者の人数を最小限にとどめる？へえ、あんたの口からそんな命令が出るなんて本当になれないものね。
I gotta imagine AFA hit someone she shouldn't have. So it's not a problem to go and just handle one or two of them.
面倒だな。戦場に出たからには死ぬ覚悟を決めろ。
This guy's a problem as soon as he gets attacked. Wouldn't have been exercise.
ちょっとからかってあげようっと。
These guys I can handle one at a time. Just a little help like that.
貴様の生死は私が決める。貴様の生死は私が決める。
慌てないで。よーし。
前に進むぞ。世相に任せよ。納豆ご飯。
Oh, that's what happens. Okay. The moment I used Saga's ability, the flag bearer was in range, and that off the
ナイフまだ鋭さ
and that
足
off
り
the
なかった。
okay. Do I still want to do it that way? There might be a more useful spot. There. Saga might work somewhere else. And maybe I just put Project Red down in that spot for the time being. I should get another defender. I want someone with 0 range, just so I can be effective. Or be particular about it.
お友達がたくさん。みんなが一緒なら大丈夫だよ。
This is kind of what we've been waiting for, isn't it? Just the
彼らを観察して感染タイプを特定しよう。きっと
the last
実験の
really
役に立つ
challenging
から。
mission.
一気に型をつける。戦場に出たからには死ぬ覚悟を決めろ。
Yeah, so we'll put Saga out over here.
世相剣山。
Make sure they're getting that tailwind behind them.
私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけでは
And
ない。
then we'll work with Project Red to defend that spot.
戦場に出たからには死
So
ぬ
on,
覚悟を
face
決
this
めろ。
way, get the bonus. Clear out this group of
誰にでも
clear out
扱
this
えるわ
group,
けでは
and
ない。
then we don't need to worry about this standard bearer. Actually, do we need to worry about him if he's over here? Yes.
貴様の生死
It is everyone on the map. Alright. I just wanted to see.
このナイフまだ鋭
That I might have had some
足り
range.
なかった。
I think it's just the other standard bearer units that are not affected by that. This is costing 1 stamina here or there. That's fine.
全員規律はしっかり守ってもらう。 準備はいいか。では作戦通りに。
Seems just a little expensive.
戦場に出たからには死ぬ覚悟を決めろ。拙僧剣山。戦場に出たからには死ぬ覚悟を決めろ。
オラオラ。たくあん漬け。
少女。私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。
集中。
Yeah, the healer here. Good support there. You also need help from a healer. And you're really just here to cause problems. Lapland can hold back.
害虫だ。私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。
I need someone that can aim down this way.
拙僧に任せよ。納豆ご飯。どけ。
ドクター。よーし、ドッグンロール。
No, can't do most of them. I think it's just gotta be Chen.
行くぞ。貴様の生死は私が決める。
If I put Lapland there, she doesn't hit that guy.
私が行こう。
He's on. We increase
こちらチェン。
damage to Arceus.
戦場に出たから
Activate everyone there.
決めろ。
ドクター、僕と遊ぼう。
Who slipped through?
どけ。
So now you to
いつでも行ける。
not bad, not bad.
私の出番？カラー
行け。
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay.
こっそりどこかに行っちゃうかもね。
みんなを助ける。
Still 5 units left? 4 units. Okay. Everyone's on the field, so...
私が行こう
Sorry, it's not helping anything anymore.
ここが僕のホームだよ。私の出番は？
No one's in exercise range anymore.
わかった。3つ数える間に投稿のチャンスをあげる。
早く
I need you to come back way sooner.
たくあん好き。
貴様の戦士は私が決める すぐに
No,
片付け
that's pretty bad.
世相に任せよ
Well, we clear it. Just by the skin of our teeth, but we do clear it. Oh. Confess Serious. What a name. Confess Serious. I see your report. Your achievements with Reunion are, to say the least, not worthy of commendation. However, that being said, you've indeed procured some unexpectedly useful information. No, there's no need for thanks. At least not this time. You are all impressive warriors, and until your deaths, you are entitled to the rewards you've earned by virtue of the blood, sweat, and tears you have shed. His Majesty the Regent knows well the acts and deeds of all Sarkaz, even those as insignificant as yourself. The infected are not the only thing that this temple gradually deprecating. Do you understand? I do. If I'm correct in my predictions, Rhode Island has already welcomed the return of a certain unpalatable individual. And you should have made contact. The Regent is even faster than W? All the way from Londinium? Mercenaries know loyalty only to their own interests, but that nonetheless makes a fine starting point. When the dust settles, you stand once again before the throne of His Majesty. That is when you will receive your reward. What about the other warriors? The young infected has her own plans. Were you unaware? But His Majesty will not participate in such nonsense. We have mutually decided that Victoria will stand by and watch Reunion's next move. We lack effective measures to retake control of that unit from W. Furthermore, it is important that we, in the name of our supporters, continue to whip up the infected in all corners of the world. We're still going to use Reunion. I was sure His Majesty would have given up. Oh my, no, young mercenary. Things are yet far from chaotic enough. Even if Reunion has strayed from its leadership, it remains a source of chaos. What's more, should your words just now be taken as a question of His Majesty's intention? No, absolutely not. Very well, raise your head. Oh, yes. For the time being, you need not return to Casdell. The journey back is too long, and matters have been progressing rapidly there. You are to stay here for now. Enjoy this small respite however you can. Thank you very much. Now then, His Majesty awaits me. You are dismissed. Remember, I see to your own business first, Hoarder. Of course. Hoarder, yes? I look forward to seeing what else you uncover. Looks like it's house arrest for both of us. It's not like I never thought about it. And hey, it's better than I was expecting. But we were a little too naive. Which part was naive? The part where you thought you'd die, or the part where you thought the regent didn't know? Both. He's been pulling the strings from the start. Not that I'm surprised. He's Teresa's. We've all heard the stories about him and Teresa, the invincible forces of nature. But I guess in the course of the war, I forgot those stories weren't just stories. So how do we warn W? What's going on with Reunion? We wasted so much time on the road. She might have already split with Tallulah. The other possibility is the show ends in Lugman. Wouldn't that be a bit too quick? It fits with the way W works. If Tallulah is going to destroy the infected, W will destroy Tallulah first. Sarkaz style, with extreme prejudice. She's pretty upset over the death of a certain merc, after all. She knows the score. She's out of room to hesitate any longer. Now she just needs to get into the right headspace to make a move. And that means we're left waiting. We've got ways to fool the Regent's eyes. It'd be a crazy, risky plan, but I've still got my own squad I can keep on standby. Victoria's all over the place right now. They probably wouldn't catch the code. Yeah, and it would have to pass by some real tricky spots controlled by the Regent. And on to Kasdal. Kasdal? The battlefield ruins there haven't been touched in a long time. But we eked out a living there for a good long time. There was a communications station in an old bunker buried under those ruins. The tower made it look like it was destroyed, but everything down there still works. Hold on, that was a long time ago. How long have you been preparing for this? All done way back at the very beginning. Cost me a pretty penny, too. Oh man, if they saw the look on your face right now, boy would they be surprised. For a while now, every time you came back from battle, you were always deep in thought, like a kid who did something bad. I figured you'd just lost your will to fight. Nah, it was the opposite, actually. I finally realized what it was I had to do. How? Because I had no choice. It's kind of liberating in a way. W must have said something to you before you left Chernobog. Does that sound like her? Laying all the cards on the table? No, she'd be a lot less of a pain if she did, though. You're right. She came looking for me before I left the core city. She knew where we were going to. Or what we were going to do. Can you put a price on the life of a merc? Sure, always have. Why even ask? You know the answer. You knew the answer. But who set the price? The war itself. Sure, you got your battlefield honors, your victories, the glory you pull out of a hand-to-hand fight, all the things that raise your profile, that let everybody know what a useful tool you are. So boring. But that's all in the past, at least for us it is. What do you mean? Every Sarkaz merc should have a nice clean price tag. But we don't need anybody to slap it on. No oversight. They write their own price tag in the blood of the enemies of Sarkaz. Are you saying we should get everyone to leave Kasdal? You look surprised, but they could choose for themselves. Does this sound weird? Not weird, right? Just give it a little thought. Think about what you could be doing in Kasdal. You're talking about doing that right in front of Teresa's in broad daylight. Make it sound so bad. As if you don't have your own plans. Chill. You were my boss, Hoarder. You'd better do it, or we'll have trouble. That's a pretty good joke. The old hands at the Scar Market would laugh themselves into a coma. It certainly wouldn't make the committee happy. They'd be out a lot of money. And a lot of wasted brain power. Not to mention all the people they killed. Sure enough, and the old hands there too. Some of them were almost friends of ours. So what are you going to do now? It's up to you. Well, I can't leave Londinium. Hell, I can't even leave this mansion. I think it's up to you. You can do a lot as a messenger. Keep following Tallulah's orders. Hoarder isn't coming back yet. Should be good. As long as that comm station still works, we'll hear back. And they'll get word to W. I know how to do this. Don't give me orders. What a pain in the ass. Just when I decide to go after the Dragon Lady. What a time he picked. Get out here. The ruins of Schernbach weren't like those of Kasdal. They were still traces of life out on the streets, ravaged as they were. They gave you some idea of what had been. Unlike the total annihilation back there. Like, for example, those two kids. Kids painstakingly raising their weapons. Child. Devil, what are you doing here? Wayfish child. No, don't provoke her. Sorry, we were just leaving. Hey. It's an army sword you're holding, isn't it? Yes, it is Sarkaz steel. You can't even lift it. Why are you hauling that thing around? You gonna fight back? You gonna kill me? Get back! Ah. Rublev, your leg. Oh, you're hurt. You're going to get infected. This city got hit with a catastrophe. It's not safe here. I wouldn't turn into a thing like you. Aw, what a tough kid. Let me ask you. Do you know what it means to take up the blade of a fallen Sarkaz? It's like poetry, it rhymes. A new shattered friend has unlocked. Hey, and now we get now we get to the EX missions. Nice. But I think that's enough for me tonight, and I think that's enough for reading. It was nice to get some story from W, especially. Not sure what I'm going to do next week. Let's just go back home. Same as usual. What you got going on, W?
戦士だけじゃなくて普通の病人でさえ千差万別だもの。あら誤解しないで。彼らの考えになんて全く興味ないから。ただアーミーはよくやってるみたいね。少なくとも頑張ってあの人に近づこうとしてる姿。私は嫌いじゃないわ。
I probably won't run Arknights back a third time. Oh, I'm feeling something else. I just got off of playing a game for a long ass time. I don't feel the need to stick with one for a long time right now. So I'm going to come up with something, another one-off I think for next week. And then I'm probably off for Christmas vacation. I don't know about everyone else. But I do see a schedule coming up. So tomorrow, it's Amon's turn. It's Tuesday. He's going to be playing a game called Necro Barista, which I believe is a visual novel with like 3D models. So, which is kind of the only thing I know about that. Might be napping completely defenseless. Yeah. Let me just collect some resources. Yeah, tomorrow's Mon.
はロドスに何をもたらすつもり？
That's
これ
enough.
まで通りかしら。
Wednesday will be Megan's turn playing Fire Emblem. 3 houses. I'm forgetting where they are in the story. But it should be fine. We have that. Jet on Thursday with Aegis Rim, I believe, keeping that going. Going down the different routes. It's a good time with robots. I did promise myself no more 5-hour streams, and I've spent almost 5 hours talking. Thursday. Friday is a new episode of the Our Anime podcast. This past week was the interview with Zena Robinson at Anime NYC. Some good discussions happened there. It was a group interview, so you'll hear some other people in on that.
本当に悠々自適ね。あんたがこんなところで無防備に寝てるなんて。あの
Okay.
時の誰でも想像できないわ。
Okay, you can
過去
stop.
を忘れてしまえば、そんな楽になるものなの？
I appreciate you, W, but you can not interrupt me for a bit. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I think the schedule's going to be a bit different Saturday and Sunday. Just because people are doing podcast recordings and moving about, and of course, all through the week, Steph is doing Animal Crossing stuff. Which is a lot like Arknights, you know. You build your home base, you recruit people to Rhode Island. You collect materials and craft. Yeah, basically the same thing. But that's it from me. I have been talking far too long. Who's live to raid? I appreciate everyone that's come to hang out and stuck around and listen to me play this visual novel and fail at these levels. I'll probably try to 3-star these in my own time. Well, this was interesting and worth going through this story, I think. I'm pretty confident from what I remember of other events that there's more stuff in the EX missions. So, gotta get that lore. I wonder if this stuff in particular would come up in the anime. It seems relevant to the events of the story. Or maybe they will just do like the summer fun episode so we can get the beach skins in there. Alright. That's enough from me. I think we'll send you over to Chris George, who's playing Paladins. So, thank you everyone. See y'all next week for something different. Bye-bye.